Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the December 19th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And could we have a roll call, please, Brooke?
Sure. Supervisor Bohn?
I'm here.
Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
Supervisor Arroyo?
I'm here. Chair Madrone, would you like me to do my statement now or wait a moment?
Let's do that right after the salute to the flag. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you,
Sounds good.
Supervisor Arroyo, and hope you get better and better.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Okay, and with that, would you please join us for the salute to the flag? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ooh, is this yours, Rex?
What?
Is this your thing? Okay.
Take it out.
All right, well, good morning, everybody, and we're going to go ahead and start with our check-in with CAO Hayes to see if there are any modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Madrone. There are, nothing is being pulled from the agenda, but I would like to just offer one point of clarification for item D22. The staff report does reference in the first sentence Avalar final map subdivision, and that should reference Washington Terrace subdivision. Otherwise, it's a correct accounting throughout the staff report, but I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And with that, we'll go ahead and start out with a couple of items. One, we have a certificate of appreciation for National Breast Cancer Foundation. Is somebody here to accept that here today?
Sure.
Yes. Excuse me.
Supervisor Arroyo will need to
That's right.
be checked in.
Thank you very much for that. Always appreciate the backup. Supervisor Arroyo, do you want to make your statement about being on Zoom?
Yes, I'm participating remotely today with Just Cause. I'm ill, and so I am at home, and there's no one in the room with me, and I'll remain on video the whole time. Thank you. Good morning,
fun.
everyone.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and present the certificate of appreciation presented to the National Breast Cancer Foundation, and we have someone here to accept it here today. We often do a proclamation, but I don't think we've actually ever done this certificate for you guys, so it's great to be able
Great. Thank you very much, Supervisor Madrone. Good morning. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to recognize the National Breast Cancer Foundation. As a board member of the National Breast Cancer Foundation, as a resident of McKinleyville, this is something that is very near and dear to my heart. Thank you for the recognition for the organization who is helping women now. I'd like to bring forward Rose Gail Zolowick, who is the Executive Director of the Breast and GYN Health Project, to give you a sense of what the National Breast Cancer Foundation grants and support has done. So, Rose?
And I'm sorry, but could you tell us your name first, too?
Yeah, Steve Engel.
Welcome, Steve.
Thank you.
And welcome, Rose.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone and the Board of Supervisors for bringing this important proclamation forward. The National Breast Cancer Foundation is based in Frisco, Texas, and it has been the Breast and GYN Health Project's largest foundation funder for over 10 years. During that time, the Breast and GYN Health Project has received over $400,000 to implement breast health and breast cancer support services here in Humboldt County. The National Breast Cancer Foundation's grant support has the following impacts on clients over the last 13 years. Over 1,500 women and a few men in our community who have faced breast cancer or a breast health concern have received help since 2013. Over 40,000 services were provided to those 1,500 Breast and GYN Health Project clients. The National Breast Cancer Foundation's funding to Mad River Community Hospital has provided a place for low-income women who are uninsured to get free screening mammograms, diagnostic mammograms, and ultrasound. This grant at Mad River Community Hospital is the only place in our community where low-income, uninsured women can get free mammograms and ultrasounds. At the Breast and GYN Health Project, we're always grateful that there's a place that we can refer women. And you can imagine the relief that the women feel when they learn about this program. The grants the Breast and GYN Health Project have received from the National Breast Cancer Foundation have focused on breast health and breast cancer navigation, community health education, all the way from preventing cancer all the way through screening, diagnosis, and treatment. In this coming year, our National Breast Cancer Foundation grant will support breast cancer patients who are Spanish-speaking in our community. We are grateful to continue our partnership with the National Breast Cancer Foundation and Mad River Community Hospital to help women in our community who are in special need of extra support when facing a breast cancer or breast health concern. Thank you for this opportunity to share information about this very important resource that has made a big difference in our community for over 10 years.
Well, and thank you, and thank your foundation for all the hard work you do for our community. Very much appreciated. All right, with that, I believe it looks like we may even have Ferndale in the house. So Supervisor Bohn.
Perfect timing, McClure.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Step up to the podium here. You guys, good job, guys.
Welcome. Yeah.
Coach? The good McClure. I wanted to, I brought this forward because, as most everybody should know, the Ferndale is a cow town, by the way, if you'll see that. They followed in the footsteps of Fortuna and St. Bernard's and brought back a state championship. We went all the way down to Torrance. Probably had 250, or we like to say 20% of the population of Ferndale followed them down. And these kids were behind 21-0 at one time, down 21-2 at one time. But nothing like a safety to fire your butts up to say, hey, these guys aren't that bad. And they came back and won the game. I think it was 29-21? 29-22. Yeah. So they did a job, and they did it because they were stronger in the second half. Coach McClurg's in his third year? Fourth?
Sixth year here.
6 years, guns, yeah.
And well, that pandemic.
We didn't count the first couple during the pandemic, so. But this is their first California Interscholastic Federation Division 7 AA state title. They got to run across the bridge coming home, and probably had 1,000 people welcoming them back into Ferndale on Saturday night. They drove back after their game on Friday. And this is a big deal. This is something that they're going to have a lifetime of friends. We were going to, actually at one time, talk to Griff. We were going to have the whole team in here, but these are, why don't you guys state your names?
I'm Levi Dixon. I'm Dayton Comer.
And I'm Casey Lester.
Go ahead, Coach. You can jump in there, too.
Yeah, Clint McClurg. I'm going to tell you this right now. Eureka. I'm a Eureka logger. I played at College of the Redwoods. I was fortunate enough to still be a student athlete at Humboldt State, where I got my teaching credential and my degree. And I understand that when we're here in Humboldt-Delaware County, everyone wants to beat each other. But as you move on, we did want to represent our school. We did want to represent our football program. We did want to represent the Eel River community, but it did go a little bit further. And we do understand that when you get out of Humboldt-Delaware County and put a positive light on anything that's going on in our community and our county, it was definitely a positive situation for all of Humboldt-Delaware County. And there's a lot of football folks out there that reached out, old Loggers, old Tigers, all Delaware Warriors, old St. Bernard's, Fortuna.
I love how you said that, though. And St. Bernard's, though.
And saying congratulations.
No.
to bringing it back to Humboldt, Delaware County, and like you said, we're the third team that is able to do that, bring that state championship. So as a former Humboldt County football guy,
And
thank you for having us out here and being recognized.
No, I think it's important for the kids. Dick, all you kids, you've grown up here. You understand. You guys all played, and the youth football, single A, double A, triple A. You're all running the same programs. The coaches go, so the consistency. So it's an easy step when you get up to that varsity. So I think, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention. I think Laura Hussey donated some money to help with the travel. Guy Fieri picked up the cost for a bus, a nice bus, so these kids weren't all cramped in cars and everything else. And they got to arrive in style, and then they played in style. And I think it's very important, as Coach McClurg said. And what was your seed? We
were the fifth seed.
Fifth seed. So I went down to the Ukiah game. I drove down to the Ukiah game day after Thanksgiving. I was sitting at home about 2:30 in the afternoon, and I says, well, I could keep going to the refrigerator every 20 minutes, or I could drive down to Ukiah and watch the football game. And you guys handled it. And the nice thing about it, these kids represented Humboldt well on a North State side and then won the state side. So people, I think Coach McClurg said it best. They may not know who Ferndale and Humboldt was, but they know now. So I've got a recognition. I just wanted them to be recognized on a bigger stage. They've been getting, if you go through Ferndale, they were all in the tractor parade the other night, and all the stores had banners and stuff up for them. So, and the team they played, Fairfax, is a school of just under 2,000. This is a school of just under 130. Do the math. Our 11 on the field were better than all their kids.
These are young men.
They're kids. We're going to keep them kids as long as we can. I think that's she was a former fan of the year there, so, so I guess I have to.
Hey guys, take the hats off so we can see those handsome mugs. Thank you.
Athletes, we'll get them back to class.
So hold on.
A couple more accolades.
Okay.
Supervisor Bushnell.
So I just want to say congratulations, and what an accomplishment, and it must have felt, and probably you guys are still on a high, I'm assuming. One thing I heard across Humboldt County, rivalry in Humboldt County is fierce. But I heard so many comments of it doesn't matter now, that everybody in Humboldt was cheering for you guys. And I just really want to say congratulations, and what a great thing to bring home for Christmas. Yeah. So congratulations, and I hope you guys have a great holiday.
Thank you.
All right. Go deep.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, Cats.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Okay, and with that, before we go to public comment, I just wanted to, yes, you got something you'd like to share? Go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell.
So I would like to recognize Kai Ostro and Aurora Studebaker for their service representing the 2nd District on the Humboldt County Fire Safe Council. Kai has served for over 8 years as the member, and Aurora has been the 2nd District alternate for over 6 years. Both have been active and important members, and the board wishes them success on their next endeavors. However, Kai is an instrumental person in fire and will continue to do so. Aurora is the fire chief at Bryceland and both of them will continue to work in fire. They felt that their commitments beyond the Fire Safe Council was just too much, and they weren't able to dedicate themselves to that council any longer, but I really want to appreciate them and just recognize how important they are to the fire world and to Southern Humboldt.
Great, thank you for that. Any other board member with any other comments on consent? Supervisor Bohn?
And I know Michelle wanted to say this and she didn't, but why we were recognizing the Wildcats, we almost have to recognize the South Fork Cubs for their first ever North Coast Sections title. It wasn't the state, but they got the North Coast Sections for the first time.
Wow.
And great kids, but I really want to honor Carl Terrell, who's been coaching football down there for over 35 years in Southern Humboldt. So great friend, worked for Carl for over 20 years. So these are good things that happen. I mean, you guys, we hear a lot of bad stuff. This is good stuff. These kids start committing in August, and they commit to something, and that's going to create success later on in life for them.
Thank you. I didn't want to take away from the boys, but thank you so much for recognizing them. And that was a home game for them, and the lights went out with about 2 minutes left in that game, and it was actually a very exciting game.
That's great. Yeah, good things are important. And speaking of good things, it's been an honor to be the chair this year, and we have a resolution on our agenda. Our new chair and vice chair, Supervisor Bohn, will be our chair next year, and Supervisor Bushnell will be our vice chair. And it's just so wonderful the way we have this tradition here in Humboldt County, where we have this peaceful transition of leadership from year to year, from one district to the next district, following by numbers. And it's going to be a great honor to have the leadership of Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell for next year. So just wanted to share that. And I think that's it as far
I
as
have
announcement.
one
Yeah,
thing.
please.
Okay, so I would like to have Sheriff Hansel and Mayor Garnes come up. And so tomorrow is the anniversary, and it's on the consent. And I don't want to say an anniversary, but everybody's a little bit on edge because tomorrow's the date of at 3:43 in the morning of the earthquake, 6.4 earthquake that happened in Humboldt County. And you know, people are still recovering from that, and I think Sheriff Hansel and Ryan Derby can say a few words, and I know Mayor Garnes wanted to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Deborah Garnes, Mayor of the City of Rio Dell. And I really just wanted to reach out and thank the board for everything that you have done and you continue to do. Thank you to OES and to the sheriff. You guys, Alicia, you've been amazing. Everyone has been so supportive, from the electeds to just neighbors. It's been really an amazing thing to watch our community come together and be so supportive of each other, but also just the magnitude of what happened and the magnitude of what the county and the state has done for us, and that our even the city staff was amazing as well. I don't want to leave them out, but thank you is really why I'm here today, to just show all of our appreciation, the entire city staff and the community, to everyone who has done so much to help us during this time. And let's just stop shaking and get through this. And I have to leave. I have an appointment at 9:45, but I just want to thank you again and wish everyone a happy holidays, and just have fun, and let's leave the stress part behind.
Good morning. Thanks for recognizing this, I guess. We're not going to say things come in threes or any of those kind of things. But I just want to recognize the incredible staff we have here in the county. Office of Emergency Services, as a director, I have 3 full-time personnel that is dedicated to preparing for these emergencies and then coordinating a response. And I just want to just recognize Ryan Derby and our staff for working so good together with the City of Rio Dell, with all the county resources and the state Office of Emergency Services that came together in our time of need to really push things out that needed to be pushed out immediately. And oftentimes we didn't know how things were coming together, but a coordinated effort was made, and we followed things by the book, and things got done. People got taken care of, and I know there's still people recovering. Our job is not finished yet. Sometimes these emergencies take years. Loma Prieta took 25 years or so to finally get all the reimbursements and things fixed. So things take time, but just again, this is a a reminder that we can't prepare enough. So if you haven't prepared for the next one, now is your time. Go to websites like ready.gov to try and figure out how you can prepare your family, prepare your businesses for the next big one that happens. Dr. Dangler for constantly reminding us to prepare and to educate us on how fragile we are here on the North Coast is a gift here. And so I just want to continuously remind ourselves of that. And I appreciate the leadership of this board, the CAO, the coordination of all the public information that gone out. But again, I want to recognize Ryan Derby. I'd like to turn this over to him to also say a few words.
Thanks. So Mayor Garnes and the sheriff already said all the good things that I was planning to say. I don't need to recount the amount of damage that was inflicted on Humboldt County. I think everyone in this room was either touched by or participated in the response. I do want to recognize a few people in the room. Terrence McNally was kind of the brainchild of our non-congregate sheltering operation, working really closely with the city, with local hotels, with all of DHHS on getting that program established. It was the first of its kind outside of COVID in Humboldt County. And good news that we got last week is that the state is going to 100% reimburse that sheltering project. On the scientific side, we have Dr. Dangler here, who, as the sheriff alluded to, is constantly reminding us of the need to prepare for seismic events, whether it's earthquake or subsequent tsunami. I believe she's going to come and speak in the public comment portion. But I really just want to recognize the whole community response and recovery effort that came out of this. Humboldt County is a really special community where, you know, if there's a need, our residents are going to come and fill that need. And I think we saw in the hours after the earthquake that the community was really the one that was leading the charge, and we were just filling in gaps. So I know the sheriff is recommending that my team receives kudos, but we're really just one small piece of that puzzle. So I want to thank everyone here and the community that's still impacted by this and likely will be for the years to come. Not really a celebratory event, but it is good to recognize that this did happen. So thank you all for this resolution today.
Thank you, Director Derby, and thank you for all the alerts you put out year-round, whether it's big rainstorms like we're having now, or snowstorms, or windstorms, you name it, you put those alerts out, and we are so grateful to that effort, so thank you for that. And Sheriff Hansel, so great to hear that your team has identified a suspect in the McKinleyville High alerts that have been happening, et cetera. So thank everybody for their hard work in identifying that individual, and we look forward to the resolution on that one. So just want to thank you both for your work on that. So. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So thank you for that both. I also want to just really say thank you to Ryan and to Rex. I live a little ways away, and the communications in the Riadel area were cut during the earthquake, and so the Riadel, when I got there, Riadel, Kyle and Mayor Garnes and the rest of the council were not able to communicate with OES. And so I was able to go back and forth and go outside of Riadel a little ways and use my phone to communicate with Ryan, and Rex was there prior to me getting there, and to Connie and her team, DHHS. So much happened within that 3 to 4 days, and I can't really say enough how many people stepped forward. Riadel Fire Department, and Ryan's right, it's not a celebratory, but it is recognizing the efforts that the people around Humboldt County accomplished, along with Fortuna. Fortuna stepped up and was able to shelter at the Firemen's Pavilion there. And so it really was quite amazing when you have a disaster and how people come together. And so thank you again to everyone.
Absolutely. Supervisor Bohn.
And I think that probably resonated what Humboldt's about. I've been probably involved with every major disaster since the 70s because of my job basically, and got to work 34 hours straight at the Scotia when it burnt down. But that morning, yeah, Michelle's right. I get the first phone call from her about 20 minutes after, because I'm driving down the highway. After I checked on we had a birthday party the night before for my neighbor who's 101. So I thought I'd go check on her. So she was fine. All her books were up. And so then I headed out, worried about Ferndale. Well, cruised through Riadel, then I cruised to Ferndale on the backside, and the road was slipping out, and Ferndale was fine. 2 broken windows from the closed open, those little neon signs, that was it. They were all around. So I went back to Riadale with a phone call every 10 minutes from Michelle going, what's going on now? What's going on now? But she was worried about Riadale, what was happening there. But with the emergency response, there were people, the minute it hit, first thing Kyle said when I got to his office, they were out of water because the water lines broke. So called Scott at Humboldt Beer, and he had 2 pallets of water down there within 45 minutes. Now, this is all happening at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. And then Seth Grocery Outlet brought a pickup load of stuff down. And then on the 23rd of December, I mean, a lot of stuff happened in the 3 days. But on the 23rd of December, Toys for Tots, and everybody stepped up, and we had a Christmas party. I got a picture of Sheriff Hansel on my lap. Not on my lap, on Santa's lap. I mean, it's not my lap. It's on my phone. But we were able to give over 150 to 160 presents away to the kids at Riadale, because at the end of the day, they were the most traumatized. Parents have been through this. They've been through it a couple times. They knew what they were up for. 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old kids don't know they can't go back in their house, and why. So I want to thank DHHS. They had people down there to work with the kids. It was a pretty good response. And again, as Mayor Garnes said, our staff at all the way through emergency services, DHHS, Sheriff's Department, our CAO, everybody stepped up and said, what do you need? And then we kind of figured out how we're going to do it afterwards. But the needs were immediate. So I was pretty proud of Little Humboldt last year.
Supervisor Wilson.
I think, I believe our county, both the sheriff's office as well as DHHS and everybody, worked really, really hard in a time of distress. I want to just emphasize also that this wasn't just a government response. This was really a community-wide response. We're fortunate to have an organization, community organizations active in disaster, which also linked in with our all of our emergency services. That's an organization that if you have say a church or any other community organization that wants to be ready and involved in future emergencies, if you're not already part of this network, it's called COAD. I recommend you join up and be part of the team. I think that's really important to understand. Many of us, and I lived through I was in San Francisco for the Loma Prieta earthquake. Matter of fact, I was studying earthquake engineering at that very moment, studying for a test for a final. I would say we view these emergencies as if they are like a movie, and that it all just sort of happens in a couple hours, and the emergency happens, and everyone's running around in that mode. But what we really understand is that it's the days and weeks and months after that where you have people who are unhoused, you have infrastructure systems that have been significantly damaged. That is the long and sustaining challenge of keeping people safe and healthy is difficult to do. And I just want to thank everybody, and including this board, for being supportive of those efforts, even up until now and beyond. It's not over. It's still happening. There's still people who have homes that have significant damage needs to get taken care of, and there's still lives that have been disrupted and are still being put together. So with that, I just want to thank the entire community in support of this county community to have a really robust response. And I think it's something to be proud of. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And one last thank you, and then we're going to go to public comment. And that is, on our agenda, we have the approval of the Washington Terrace subdivision map. And I want to thank Jim Furtado and his incredible crew of workers for all the housing they continue to build and have built all over McKinleyville and other areas. So thank you, Jim, and your crew. Carry on. Just keep building all that great housing. So with that, we will go to public comment, and I start out with Zoom. And we do not have any hands up at this time in Zoom, so we'll go to those here in the audience today. Welcome, and you'll have 3 minutes. And please let us know which item on the consent calendar you're speaking on.
Hello, Board. My name is Roy Gomez. I've been a resident of Humboldt County for most of my life. I've been a business owner in this community for over 20 years. I've employed hundreds of people, paid hundreds of thousands of dollars into the coffers of this county through property taxes, cannabis permitting fees, and other state and federal taxes. I'm also a proud father of 3 children who were born here and growing up in this community. As most of you probably already know, I'm running for 3rd District Supervisor against Mike Wilson. I really hope that Mike will be willing.
So, Roy, excuse me, excuse me for interrupting, but are you speaking on the consent calendar or on public comment?
Public comment.
That's going to be next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Steve.
No worries. There's a process. It's okay. Thanks for being here. At any rate, next on public comment on the consent calendar. Please come forward if you have any. Welcome. Let us know which
Good morning,
item you're
Council.
speaking on. Thank you.
Good to see you again. My name is Frederick Breckenridge, and I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Department for and Mr. Wilson for some words that I put together. You know, we had a comment about puzzle pieces and putting it together, and you know, especially Sheriff Hansel for recommending we do it by the book. I like that because if it wasn't for the Rio Del Resource Center after the earthquake, I don't think I'd be here to have studied the books, to know how we got to do it by the books, and to put this handful of pieces, the handful of puzzle pieces I'm going to bring forth to this puzzle we call Humboldt. I just want to say thanks for all those words this morning, and I have a couple more comments later on for the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. And anybody else? Don't be bashful. Step forward. She wants to finish up. Welcome.
Kent Sawatsky, thank you for my opportunity to speak today. I'm self-proclaimed autistic savant psychic. And my prediction is that what happened to Rio Del was just a warning shot. And it's pretty well 100% true that sometime these plates are going to slide, and this is going to be next to nothing regarding what's going to happen here. Just a matter of when. I can't tell you when, but it will happen. I did wish to make comment on the Foote Ferndale victory. That was fantastic. I appreciate you honoring these young men here today. And speaking as a 1972 co-champion with Eureka football team playing against Eureka in the day, we always had the perception that Ferndale, in a very nice way, cheated. And I learned from them. And they cheated by they bucked hay all summer, and they came in there tougher than nails, which was a hell of an advantage. So, of course, I learned from them, and before my senior year, I proceeded to get very familiar with the hay hooks. And I always support, so fine when we have such good young athletes coming out of our area here, and you recognizing these people, because this is our future, and all the 3 outstanding young men that we saw here today are hopefully indicative of the future of Humboldt County. So thank you for the opportunity to thank them for a fantastic victory. That's unbelievable there.
Yep, thank you very much. Dr. Dengler, welcome.
Lori Dengler. I've lived in McKinleyville since 1978, and I've felt a lot of earthquakes, and I'm speaking to item D. I don't think we're going to be rudely awakened tomorrow at 2:34 a.m. I'm not even going out of town. But there are a couple of things that I want to talk about. First, on the plus side, Rio Del is a wonderful community, and it often doesn't get the attention of some of our other communities. I've spent a lot of time with Mayor Garnes and with the people of Rio Del, and they deserve a huge applause. But unfortunately, Rio Del is in California and not in Oregon. Had Rio Del been located in Oregon, they would have gotten a lot more assistance that they got because of the way the federal disaster response system works. And this is something we all need to work with our elected officials, both at the state and federally, to make sure there are changes in the Stafford Act so that people in small rural California communities can get federal assistance. That's certainly something we need to change. Clearly, the most important thing we need to do is build local resistance. And for that, I am very happy that tomorrow we are releasing electronically a brand new edition of Living on Shaky Ground that will include a lot of new things, including something about the recent earthquake. So it takes a community, and we're very fortunate that everyone is 100% behind resilience. What happened to Rio Del a year ago could happen to any community on the North Coast. So while I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, it could certainly happen to Arcata the next day, or Eureka, or it could affect the entire Pacific Northwest. So personal community preparedness is our number
30
one
seconds.
way of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for continuously reminding us that it is never too late to prepare. So I love all your messages you get out there. Thank you.
You'll be able to find this at the Redwood Coast Tsunami Work Group website.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, any other public comment on the consent calendar? And seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back here to the board.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by, no hand up. Natalie, right? You're good?
All good, yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Wilson to approve the consent calendar. Can we do a roll call vote, please? We'll be doing roll calls all day.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. We'll start with you.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Okay, and now we have public comment on non-agenda items, and this is an opportunity for those that would like to speak on pretty much any topic. Just keep it civil, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
All right, let's take two. Hello, board. My name is Roy Gomez. I've been a resident of Humboldt County for most of my life. I've been a business owner in this community for over 20 years. I've employed hundreds of people, paid hundreds of thousands of dollars into the coffers of the county through property taxes, cannabis permitting fees, and other state and federal taxes. I'm also a proud father of 3 children who were born in this community and growing up. As most of you probably already know, I'm also running for 3rd District Supervisor against Mike Wilson. I really hope that Mike will be willing to meet somewhere along the campaign trail to have an open and transparent conversation with myself and constituents of the 3rd District. I think our local community deserves to hear both of our positions on several issues surrounding the Arcata Gateway Project, Measure Z, and Measure S, just to name a few. Measure S passed in 2016 and placed a tax on individuals who cultivate cannabis commercially. Since then, we have all witnessed a total collapse of this industry due to a variety of factors that include the overtaxation of this farmed commodity. Our entire Humboldt County economy has been experiencing the trickle-down effect from this collapse. According to the HumboldtGov.org page, Measure S was supposed to provide additional local funding to help maintain specific essential services that were clearly laid out in this measure. This included services for victims of child abuse and was to provide additional funds to help enforcement against hard drug-related crimes and help eliminate meth labs and fentanyl dealers, among many of other services. There was supposed to be an annual audit provided to the public also. In November of 2022, our community of small farmers and other citizens affected by this collapse pleaded with this board for relief by asking to suspend the Measure S tax to help stop some of the bleeding that they were experiencing from this taxation, of which no other county has been implementing. Out of this entire board, Mike Wilson was the only one that voted against this small Band-Aid. At that same meeting, recently, Mike recommended to reinstate that this to increase this tax by 10%, and the board voted in favor. At the same meeting, Mike also vowed to increase this tax by an additional 20% in 2024, while our community continues to bleed. Rex has been quoted as saying that Measure S has taken in $59 million since enacted.
30 seconds.
Since Mike is so determined to tax his constituents in the new year while they continue to suffer, I'm asking that he bring a forensic accounting of where all this money has gone. Transparency was supposed to come in an annual audit, but the public is yet to receive a detailed report on this. If elected, I will work to get this tax suspended to practically nothing until we can completely rescind it. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing that report, Mike.
Thank you. And next, welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm James Chafee. Keep it civil, that's a very derogatory implication. Do you talk to your donors that way? Now that we've established that the law library is not open, the next issue to discuss is motivation. Before I came to you as the Board of Supervisors, I went to a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the law library. Not only did they not consider it a problem, they considered it ratification. They considered it endorsement. Not only their policy, but their attitude was, of course the library's not open. We're keeping out the riffraff. What do you think? Well, we all have a typical image in our head of the riffraff. A 20-year-old youth, unwashed and uneducated. If the riffraff extends from him all the way to a well-groomed senior citizen who spent since retired, who spent a significant percent of his working life as a paralegal, that must cover a lot of ground. You have to ask yourself, what does that youth and I have in common that makes us the riffraff? Well, the answer is very simple. If we were educated, we might complain. And of course, one of the things about education is that it empowers people, whether it's literature or history or even reading and writing, even music education. It educates people and it empowers them. Someday you're going to be former boards of supervisors members, and you're going to balance your granddaughter on your knee, and she's going, wow, that's impressive. You used to be a member of the supervisors. What did you do? Well, we disempowered people because we wanted to protect what we considered the courthouse family. Do you really want that to be your legacy? I don't think so. What else does that youth and I, my fellow riffraff, have in common? The other thing we have in common is we're law-abiding citizens. And the society as a whole has a vested interest in keeping it that way. There's nothing more alienating to find out that you don't have access to the law. And in fact, as law-abiding citizens, we ought to have greater status than inmates in prisons because, of course, the society benefits from respect for the law categorically. To tell someone that they're without the law is to make them defenseless and hopeless. And because people are in that position because they're residents of Humboldt is a very heavy thing to say. Thank you.
Commenter. And next, welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, this is a nice shiny thing put out by Humboldt County for Measure S. It probably doesn't apply to cannabis because the words aren't even in it. It hadn't been invented yet, apparently. It says marijuana. I wrote the opposition to this. One thing that happens here, and this is if you intend to have any chance of a snowball, you know where, of passing any further measures, you will comply with what you promised. It was annual independent audits, public review of expenditures to ensure funds are spent efficiently and responsibly. Neither of these things have happened. So we're asking for transparency here, and I'm hoping you will agendize this and instruct your staff to bring forward this particular information that was promised to us. Argument against Measure S. This tax goes in the county general fund, I wrote this, with no sunset and is sure to be spent on other categories, including ongoing raises for the supervisors and all the county staff. Yes, it was. 8% to you guys, 2% was given to the rest of the staff, to you, your department heads, and electeds. There are no provisions for sharing the funds with the cities or other entities impacted by marijuana cannabis. This tax is untimely and should parallel state marijuana tax measures when enacted, and there is no provision for citizen oversight as has become standard practice for such measures. Has not happened. The tax falls on the back of the small minority of marijuana farmers that are willing to comply, not the estimated 12,000 black market growers, and actually encourages mega grows. Then we had come to rebuttal to the arguments in favor of tax Measure S. It goes on here, it says, it lists long things of everything was promised, and it does not do this. It says, no, S does not do this, does not do that, does not do that. And we don't know what it's done. So it hasn't done that as far as the public perception goes. Long promise of list. Many marijuana farmers are willing to comply with the preferred practices, do not want to be penalized or taxed out of existence. And this is pretty well what's happened here. I said, no on S, do not trust the Board of Supervisors to spend this on children rather than other users. Ask public safety leaders if they trust them. In the firm, unanimous support by children's advocates, marijuana farmers, and public safety leaders, as stated, in fact, the opposite may be true, and it has come to fruition. So I highly recommend that you go ahead and do transparency, get us the information on how this money was spent, provide a separate special audit, not just your general audit, but special audit of where these funds came and went. Otherwise, there is no trust factor in what you guys will be bringing forward as far as measures and anything in November. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. Anybody else in the audience here today like to speak on non-agenda items? Okay, with that, we will go to our Zoom. We do have 2 hands up there, and the first one is 2223. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Craig Johnson, owner-operator of Uplandville Farms with my wife, Melanie. I'm commenting this morning in response to something I heard come across the Planning Commission, and it was during public comment. A neighbor chimed in for a permit, and they were giving testimony saying that for a current farmer to be making it, they must be sending product out the back door. Well, I can tell you personally, that model does not work. We are making it through this process because everything is going out the front door. The pricing is better, the safety and the reliability and the future of our business depends on the front door. So everyone has a model that they want to work with, but I can tell you there are a lot of legal farms doing everything possible to do things the right way. Thank you for the time to speak, and I also appreciate Aurora Studebaker and Kai Ostro being acknowledged this morning. Their work has been tireless for the County of Humboldt, and we appreciate them dearly. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116. There we go. *6 to unmute. There you go, Ash. Welcome.
Hello, Ash Sheeter here, LostCoastPopulist.com. Just wanted to encourage people to visit our website and check out the voter dashboard that we have up there. It's quite comprehensive. It has all the candidates, and you can actually reach out to them from the dashboard. But anyways, beyond that, I wanted to touch back on a couple of the previous commenters and the library issue that the previous commenter mentioned. It was definitely interesting. I see no reason why it would be closed to the general public. I mean, I don't know what the county would be afraid of, the general public having access to, the local laws of the land. Kind of ridiculous. Then also, like the Measure S audit, that's why hasn't it happened? I mean, you look back to when it was black market, there were, people still paying into taxes just to, get stuff done. So at least the money was going somewhere. And, it was you saw a lot of it going to local businesses and stuff. But if we're not accounting for the money that's actually being taxed in this legal operation, then that's kind of frightening. I also wanted to talk back about just what happened, during the COVID shutdown. Just take a trip down memory lane and just remember that the county followed state and national guidelines and actually had people eating outside in the wintertime so they didn't get sick. Now, freezing cold, eat outside in the wintertime because the nanny state said so. So I think it would be good at some point to just acknowledge that, there's some really bad advice that came, in the trickle-down form from the CDC and the state. Because the vaccines, they don't work, and it's not misinformation like some board members said that they all, everybody knows it was misinformation. That's what these people are doing. It's all misinformation. It turns out a lot of that's true. That's why, like Iceland, they recently stopped recommending that their citizens, take the COVID vaccine because of the safety concerns, like the myocarditis, pericarditis, especially with their young children, where we're still pushing for the kids to get it here in Humboldt County. So I think it's due time to acknowledge that some bad advice comes in the trickle-down form on the national and state level. It's good to do our own research and see what the impacts have been, especially since we have that new health dashboard. Start tracking what these vaccines are doing to people in our community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commenter. And that's it in the Zoom. So we'll close public comment on non-agenda items and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I have a comment on non-agenda items. I just wanted to thank you for the last year and being our chair. It's not on our agenda. I guess we don't do that any longer, but it's a lot of work, and especially is this your first time, Steve, being the chair?
It was my first.
Yeah, and so I just really want to thank you and the guidance you gave our board.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Appreciate that.
I'm going to do that too.
Okay. Okay, you guys.
What?
Go ahead. Supervisor Wilson.
It's not like you don't want to take a compliment here, but I really appreciate the work you've done on this board in relation to your work, to being the chair. I want to say you actually worked really hard to cultivate a culture of positivity. It's been rough. We are humans up here, and sometimes it's hard to wrangle these as you would call it, this ecosystem that is community leaders and the community in general. And I just really believe that you've done a really, really, really wonderful job, and I just want to really thank you. And I don't have a plaque for you, and I don't have a piece of paper.
No plaques.
But I might find you a mug. Anyways, thanks a lot. I really do appreciate it. It's been wonderful.
Oh, thank you both. I mean, it really is an honor. And
hang on, I get to get in on this.
Please,
mug.
Supervisor Bohn.
Because you're not going to get me saying many nice things about you.
Don't get used to it.
I've been fortunate to be chair twice before, and third time's a charm. I'll see if I can get it right the next time. It's not easy. You have a lot of balls in the air. You've actually got to take a lot of comments and keep a straight face. But yeah, you've done a good job. As Mike said, there's as you made me aware, elections have consequences. So this year has been a little bit different for some of us. But at the end of the day, we're all going to survive. And I truly believe at the end of the day, the main thing everybody has up here is what's best for Humboldt County. Now, I'm going to tell you, we have a lot of different ideas.
Yeah, thank goodness.
I've been here 70 years. My ideas may be different from yours and everything else, but that doesn't say we're right or wrong. It's just indifferent. So I do want to, and I don't know if I'm going to differ a little bit and if I can on the Measure S tax just a little bit.
If you want to make a comment, let's not get into a discussion. Thank you.
Okay, it won't be a discussion. I just want to say, we did away with the Measure S tax a few years ago. Last quarter, the state of California collected last quarter, 2023, $269 million in cannabis-related taxes. They collected in 2019, $646 million, 20, $1.1 million, 21, $1.3, then came down a little bit, $1.1 billion in 22. So when you guys, and you got to remember, up until 21, I think we had more licenses than anybody else in the state. So with that being said, we didn't collect any in 21, collected very little, we're owed some and everything else, but we got nowhere near $1.1 billion that the state collected. So as we're talking about this, we want every business to be successful, every legal business to be successful. And I believe we've come a long ways, because I know in my district, I don't have 10% of the problems I had with 12,000 illegal grows, because we don't have 12,000 illegal grows. We've got a lot of good farmers doing good work, as we do a lot of other industries. So I just thought I'd throw that out there, that, again, the state has more money than we have, and they're $69 billion in the hole.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Arroyo, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I just want to add my voice to those saying thank you for your leadership of the board during this last year. It's been a great chance for me to get my feet under me and learn the process, and you've been very gracious and helpful. And I just want to appreciate that, as well as, you know, how you've tried to really put a positive spin on, you know, times when we're having difficulty. We're all human, and, you know, I don't think that the public always understands that, you know, because of the Brown Act and because of public transparency, we haven't discussed a lot of these things before we get to the dais, and that makes for an awkward and you know, sometimes bumpy ride. But that is the act of seeing public policy decisions unfold and people's thinking unfold in real time. And I think you've done a really good job managing some very big personalities. And I really just appreciate your leadership and want to thank you and look forward to the next year of working together as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. I mean, really, whatever happened this year that you're all speaking about really had everything to do with all of us. You know, and as Supervisor Bohn said, we don't agree on everything, and actually that's a strength. You know, it'd be a really boring world if we all agreed. Having these differences of opinion, different experiences, it brings strength to our community, and really all it is a matter of respecting each other's differences. To me, it's that simple, and I feel like you all gave me and us that respect, and I appreciate it and look forward to next year. So with that, Supervisor Bohn has one more comment.
Little known fact, depending what year it is, between 91 and 95% of everything we vote on up here is a 5-0 vote.
That's right.
So we're not the WWF up here or anything else like that. You know, I mean, I still don't eat cauliflower, so I mean, I'm sure the other four do. But what I'm saying is the majority of everything we do as a board united to make things better in Humboldt, and hopefully it works that way. We hit bumps in the road, and I'm gonna tell you, things are gonna get bumpy the next 2 years with the problems the state are having. So it's happened before about 8 years ago, and we're gonna do it again. But what, you know, at the end, we'll survive, because Humboldt's resilient. We just heard about that from all the emergencies we handle. We'll survive.
All right, very good. All right, so that's it for public comment on non-agenda items. And next, we're going to go to our next part of the agenda, which is the report from the Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee concerning travel, tourism, and marketing services provided to the county by the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. We do have a short agenda today, but we got a couple of very important and big items to discuss, and this is the first of those. So, welcome, team. And then we have an 11:30 time set, so we're looking pretty good, I think. right, welcome, team.
Good morning, board. Very grateful to be here and for this opportunity. Supervisor Arroyo, I hope that you get well soon. My name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt, here to provide your board with a presentation on Agenda Item 23-1516, which is a summarization of findings and recommendations that come forward to your board as a result of the work that's been performed by the Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee concerning travel, tourism, and marketing services that are provided to the county and are provided for through the use of county funds. I would like to introduce the other members of the ad hoc committee. This committee was led by board members Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bushnell. Our CAO, County Administrative Officer Alicia Hayes, also served on this committee, as did our Aviation Director, Cody Rogitz, and myself, Scott Adair. The committee was staffed and supported by the county's Economic Development Division. Today, we will be hearing more on the Tourism Ad Hoc's findings with regard specifically to the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. I also want to introduce who's sitting behind us today, Diana Rios, Economic Development Coordinator for the county, who has served as a liaison to the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau for the last 2 years and has worked extensively on other travel and tourism initiatives related to cruise ships and also supporting Project SOAR. In October of 2022, your board established the Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee with the following composition: 2 board members, the CAO or CAO designee, the Director of Aviation, the Economic Development Director, and other staff as appropriate. The work of that committee included a review and audit of contracts for compliance and financials for auditing purposes of the HLA and HCVB. Prior to the formation of this committee, the county, individual board members, staff, our CAO, others, had been receiving an abundance of feedback from the community about travel and tourism and concerning how the county expends its funds related to marketing and travel and tourism. You could say that this was somewhat of a hot button or issue or item early in 2022. This is what precipitated a letter from the County Administrative Office to HLA, the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, and the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau to come before your board and make a presentation on the efficacy and work of their programs. It's important to set the context first, however, that travel and tourism is one of the largest industries in Humboldt County. Depending on which year you're looking at, which metrics you're looking at, it's the 3rd driver of our economy. It creates thousands of jobs, somewhere in the neighborhood of approximately 5,000 jobs or more during peak travel season, and it creates millions of dollars in tax revenue for the county. Because of that, your board and the county has maintained a commitment to invest in tourism and marketing initiatives. It also, through that investment, has maintained a number of important partnerships, which include agencies like HLA and HCVB, but also partners within the gateway communities, which include many chambers of commerce, business and visitors bureaus, business districts, and others. After the county administrative officer sent letters to HLA and HCVB, both of whom have a contractual relationship with the county, both of those partners made presentations to your board on October 25th, 2022. It's important to identify and recognize that HCVB, the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, is the lead agency charged by your board with the overall success or failure of marketing and travel and tourism initiatives in Humboldt County. This is the role that they take as the county's designated marketing organization. And I'm pleased to say that our staff have worked with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau for a number of years. I think for the most part, we've had a very positive relationship, though we have been the agency charged with management of the contract and ensuring that HCVB adheres to its obligations under the agreement. It's important to state that what we're discussing today is not about the who. This is about a programmatic decision that sits before your board. Before I move on into the findings of the Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee with regards to Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, I do want to briefly explain TOT. TOT, or Transient Occupancy Tax, is often referred to as a hotel or bed tax. It's a general tax that's collected by this county, and it's through those funds that the county has been funding its travel and tourism related initiatives. It is also this pool of funding which funds the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, who receives a percentage, flat percentage, of all the total TOT that is collected, and who then in turn makes distributions as a pass-through entity to various gateway communities as is identified in the staff report. I won't get into all of the specific numbers or budgetary figures, but they're included in the staff report for your review. Happy to answer any questions that you might have about them. I would like to also point out that there is other work for the Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee that still needs to be completed. Today's findings do not include any findings with regards to the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. The ad hoc was also charged with developing a comprehensive and collaborative marketing assessment and making recommendations for long-term marketing strategies based on that assessment, and to come back to your board with further recommendations with regards to travel and tourism. Today, we are only discussing, however, the findings of the ad hoc committee with regards to the audit that was completed for Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. I'd like to walk through some of these findings with you. I am also going to allow or pass the mic over to Director Rogitz after a review of the findings for some additional insights and viewpoints. The Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee reviewed a number of documents, including the original agreement and the subsequent addendums and subsequent extensions to that agreement for the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. Also reviewed some financials that were provided by the Bureau to county staff, as well as a review of other input and messaging that had come into our office from the community with regards to the expenditure of these funds for travel and tourism marketing purposes. One of the primary findings of the Travel and Tourism Ad Hoc Committee was with regards to the efficacy of the funding and its use. A substantial portion, it was found by the ad hoc committee, is directed to operational and overhead expenses. A substantial portion of their allotment of TOT after the gateway communities are paid is eaten up by these necessary expenses in order for the HCVB to continue to operate and conduct business. The majority of that going toward rent and salaries. The ad hoc also found that because of this arrangement, after the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau makes its mandatory allocations to the gateway communities and pays for its operational expenses, rent, salaries, utilities, etc., it is actually left with very little funding to actually perform an efficient and effective marketing campaign for Humboldt County. HCVB, it was found by the ad hoc, faces a number of challenges in fulfilling its scope of work. This funding issue could be argued as one cause. HCVB has also been found in default of several aspects of its agreement with the county. Defaults of the agreement and components of their obligations and the scope of work were found to exist prior to the audit and were substantiated by the ad hoc committee. I do want to state that since October, that time in which this ad hoc was formed, our office has been providing liaison support to Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. Through that liaising with that agency, some of these material defaults of the agreement have been remedied and solved. However, there are material defaults that still exist today. Some of those defaults include lapses in completing tasks that are required of HCVB as outlined in their scope of services. Some of these defaults are related to the subcontracting of other services without county involvement, consent, or approval, explicit approval, which is required in the agreement. It was found by the ad hoc committee that the funding issues that the HCVB has, as well as these defaults and challenges in fulfilling its scope of work, has reduced the operational value of the efficacy of HCVB's work and has, in the past, because of Brown Act violations, hampered transparency and accountability. The last and final predominant finding of the ad hoc committee was with regards to its budget, HCVB's budget. HCVB's annual staff expense, according to its own documentation, which is attached to this agenda item, is $132,000, and it pays over $50,000 in rent annually. It has other operational costs of $74,000 plus per year, summing to over $250,000 in operational expenses. When considering that the anticipated allocation to HCVB is just over $300,000, this leaves less than $60,000 biannually for expenses and for HCVB to fulfill its duties as outlined in the agreement because it expends the majority of its funds on allocations to the gateway communities. It is not able to retain this funding for marketing purposes. Before we get into some of the options that are available for your board's consideration today, I'd like to highlight that some of our surrounding and neighboring communities are vastly outspending Humboldt County on marketing and travel and tourism initiatives. Mendocino, for example's budget is nearly triple ours, and Eureka alone spends more than what Humboldt County Visitors Bureau is left with on just promoting the skywalk at the zoo. Your board will be faced with a decision concerning not just the funding challenges that exist, but whether or not and how these funding challenges are either the cause of or are contributing to some of the material defaults of the agreement and of the scope of services. I would like to turn it over to Director Rogitz at this time to express his viewpoint and share some insights.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Chair Madrone and fellow board members for having me here today. As Scott mentioned and highlighted the history and development of the ad hoc, I don't remember if I was asked or told to serve on the travel and tourism ad hoc, but it's been a pleasure working with Scott and the other members. I represent one of three main means of tourists accessing our beautiful North Coast in my role as the Director of Aviation. Does that make me a tourism expert? No. However, we've grown our regional airport, and it has been one of the fastest growing airports in the entire country over my term serving in that role in the past 5 years. Just for comparison's sake, in diving into some of the numbers that Scott was talking about, when you look at the spring of 2019 compared to the spring of 2024 and our seat availability at ACV, we've grown over 100%. So there's over double the amount of seats on an average day coming up next spring as there was 5 years prior. Is that a testament to myself and the work that our team has done? No, it's a testament to the community working together and supporting and flying ACV. What we have identified in our work on the ad hoc has shown a fractured and broken system that's inefficient and ineffective. I've approached this work with Scott, Alicia, and the rest of the ad hoc in the interest of trying to find a path forward for our community to work together, as Scott mentioned, like other communities around us do, and other aviation systems around us do successfully in marketing and bringing more tourists to our region. Thank you again for having me here today.
I'd like to move into some of the recommendations that are available for your board. And of course, after these recommendations are reviewed, staff is available should you have any questions. The Travel Tourism Ad Hoc Committee came back with two recommendations. The first recommendation, or I should say two options. The first option is to increase funding to HCVB and to take efforts to enhance the support that the county provides to that agency, and to right-size the amount of funding that it receives so that it is comparable to the amount of funding that other communities and partner communities are expending on marketing activities, and to infuse a greater level of, or create the infusion of a greater level of collaboration and cross-work between the county and HCVB to reduce or eliminate the number of material contractual defaults that exist. The other option that was presented by the Travel Tourism Ad Hoc Committee would be to defund the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and to instead establish a tourism advisory committee to complete the work remaining of the ad hoc, which was to develop a comprehensive and strategic assessment of the county's travel and tourism needs, and to come back with a recommendation for a new travel and tourism marketing strategy. Of course, your board has other options which are available to you. You do have discretion. These are the two recommendations from the ad hoc committee. Your board could choose the status quo to make no changes. Your board could choose to issue an RFP. But the recommendations from the ad hoc are either to increase funding or to defund HCVB and to move in a different direction altogether. I mentioned earlier that staff has worked with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau for some time. Have great respect for futurist Ken Hammock, who serves as president to the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. Also for Libby Maynard, previous president, and Julie, have worked with Julie a number of years, and worked with Tony Smithers prior to his passing. That is why staff has included its own recommendation that should your board decide to move forward with a defunding option, that it do so over a transition period to allow for HCVB staff to find new employment, to allow for time for the transfer of assets and resources over which HCVB has been managing back to the county, and that this is done through a termination and transition plan, which would be brought back to your board along with the resolution that would form the new Tourism Advisory Committee. In summary, from staff's perspective, and having worked with the Tourism and Travel Advisory Ad Hoc Committee over the last year, and I apologize to all the parties, it took us so long to come back with a recommendation. Should your board go with option A, our agency will continue to provide liaison support to HCVB and work very closely with them to ensure that they can be successful and effective in their mission. Should your board choose to go with option B, staff does not view this as a firing of a partner. Staff views it as a transition and a change, and we would work very closely with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau to ensure that that change and transition is successful. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you very much, team. And I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bohn?
Did this ad hoc committee, I'm looking at, did you have any of the hoteliers or the people that are actually paying the fees on it?
No, because they're part of the audit. They're being audited as well.
I fully understand that. I understand that. But when we're getting input, and I think you guys are doing a great job, but we got 3 people on that committee who have lived here less than 5 or 6 years in Humboldt County. And the history of tourism, there's a history to tourism. I mean, for 58 years, I've said it over and over, the #1 tourist attraction in Humboldt County was the mill tour at Palco. #1 attraction. the number one thing when it goes to California that is searched is redwoods. So, and I applaud Eureka and their Skywalk and everything else. I also applaud that they get 1.5% more sales tax than we do, so they can become a separate entity. But as it goes, the unincorporated part of the county is where people go to, after the Skywalk. It gets pretty limited. I mean, they want to go to the redwoods. They want to go. There's a lot of places they want to go. Founders Grove. I mean, there's a lot of places that we need to look at. So, and nothing against you guys. You guys have a great idea, but I think the biggest say in this, because I look back when the Lodging Alliance was formed, and they said, believe it or not, we've got probably the I don't know if they have the best ideas, but they have the most invested in putting heads in beds. I mean, it's their living. You guys are all going to be work if they operate at 70% or 90%. They're going to make money if they operate at 90%, 70% they're going to build. So I just think their input is so important. And I look back on the Lodging Alliance, and Shalish, Chris, Gary, John, Lowell, it's the same people still running that thing. And if you look at all the people that soccer tournaments, the concourse in Ferndale, they bring up the car show for 3 days. The money that they invest in, they really need to get the heads in bed. So I would like to, before we go, and I appreciate our CAO's office, but the way it's set up now, it's pretty CAO heavy. And it's not that I don't trust the CAO's office with everything they do, but at the end, we can't dump everything on the top because it's going to fall over. So we need to use some of this expertise a little bit more that's out there. And the guys that are renting the rooms are going to tell you, because they're only we get 11, 12%, they get 2%. And they get I'll tell you what, and maybe it's just me, but when I'm watching the Warriors play, and they start showing the pictures of the coast, they start showing everything else, and they come back with the magic Humboldt, I always get a few texts from other county supervisors going, what a great ad. That was cool. That was great. And, I get Ferndale's one of the most visited things because of the Victorian. They get all that and everything else. But we have a lot of great places in every district. But the Lodging Alliance seems to be able to tell us where they are. So I'd like to lean to have a little more input from them, and I appreciate your guys' expertise and everything else, but they came to us 11 years ago and asked this board, can we tax ourselves another 2% and then let us, and we get a fee, we make money off of collecting it, and could we kind of market ourselves just what would help for us? And they've got some great ideas of what we do in Southern Humboldt. They've got some, and they're pretty well covered throughout the county. So I believe the largest hotel in Humboldt County is staged right in the 5th district. The most famous, or the most famous too, would either be between the Eureka, but I think the Bimbo is probably more famous. So and they're involved in this. So I would like to see a little bit more, and that's just me personally. I don't know if that's reasonable. I don't know if it's available. And like I said, I appreciate everything you've done, but they have the biggest investment in making sure this thing works.
Happy to answer that, add a little bit more context. I would like to start Supervisor Bohn by sharing that when I relocated to Humboldt County for this job, and didn't have a place to stay, I spent 3 months in Lowell's hotel in Ferndale and developed great respect for Lowell and for that community. We work very closely with HLA. We have found, although this is not the report we're bringing today, but we have found other findings that there does seem to be a lot of duplication and redundancy between what HLA and HCVB offers. HLA, to that point, has also funded some of HCVB's activities, which are actually included in the scope of work in their agreement with the county that they receive TOT funding for. So we would certainly work with HLA, consider them to be a key partner in that process and what developing a comprehensive strategy and bringing recommendations back to your board would look like.
And I'm
Supervisor Bohn.
and just following up, and the reason I say that is all those names, pretty much a lot of those names. I mean, Chris was born here. I was good friends with his mother. I'm friends with him and his wife. John Porter I've known for over 40 years, but from his success at the Eureka Inn, and he's carried that forward to the same success. Lowell, when he came to town, made a hell of a splash in Ferndale and made a difference on the Victoria and other businesses there. Shalise has done the same thing that he's doing. Gary Stone with Chris has done a great job on that unit down there, you know, doing their expansions and everything. So they've got a pretty good idea what has worked and hasn't worked. So that's why I'm going to probably, not that I don't listen to you guys, but I'm probably going to put a little more weight on what they say, because more rooms to them means more tax. It gets us that other 12% that we get to spend wherever we want. And the Visitors and Convention Bureau, I've been up here long enough, served on their board, was involved with it before I got involved with the county. In their heyday, they were doing great. When the city pulled their funding, it saddled them like it cut their legs right off. And so, you know, you get that part where you're trying to tread water, and then what you want to do is swim fast. And now they're just treading because they don't have the funding to do swim fast. So,
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So thank you for the report, and I was part of that ad hoc. So I reached out to the hoteliers, and they are here, and I believe there's some on Zoom that are going to make public comment. And I do agree that, you know, that is that's where the money comes from, and so it's very important that we hear that public comment. I think the true issue is that when the Eureka Visitor Bureau was defunded by the city of Eureka, it didn't allow for them to make the impact that they were previously, because I believe around $600,000 is what was pulled back from them, and we as a county weren't able to make that funding up, and so it has made it very difficult for the bureau to do anything but fund their building and fund their salaries. And so I believe that's why the discussion is coming forward, along with some other issues that we're going to discuss today. But really the crux of it is that when they were defunded, it was a huge deficit for them, and none of that money has been made up by the county or by any other entity. And so it's, you know, it's put a, you know, it's made it difficult for them financially.
Any other board comments, questions, clarifications before we go to public comment?
Supervisor Arroyo.
I see your hand, Natalie. Go ahead. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I appreciate the ad hoc committee's work, and this is a lot to take in and to chew on, and I'm looking forward to hearing public comment and then having that conversation in more depth. And broadly speaking, I will just say that, you know, I do believe we ultimately need to invest more potentially in marketing and tourism promotion, and I concur that we need to communicate with the hoteliers and you know, the TOT generated by heads and beds is critically important, and there are a lot more players who we need to take into account as well. I find it really, I have historically found it very valuable and would find it very valuable to see a range of proposals for services. I think that helps to keep everything fresh and see what opportunities there are, and you know, what services can be provided in this community. Marketing is changing very, very, very rapidly, and so I think looking at the past iterations of the contract, excuse me, it was really clear that, a lot of things have changed over time, just in the last few years, and the contracts we've had and the agreements we've had in place. I do believe those should continue to evolve to meet the current context of what visitors are looking for and what marketing looks like. It's changing really fast. So I think we do need to invest a bit more in this service, and I think we need to evaluate in a really dispassionate way, the services we're receiving, the consistency with contracts, and what kinds of opportunities there are, because I don't think that we should be locked into necessarily how we've always done things when something is changing so dramatically as marketing and the way that people engage with content about where to visit. Since COVID, there's been a dramatic shift in how people want to engage in tourism and what our community really needs as far as attracting folks to our community. Not only do we need to attract visitors who are going to come, for a weekend, but we also need to attract people who want to live here and invest here in certain sectors. And there's a lot more to this that I think we need to be discussing. So I'm not sure right now, which of these alternatives I'm leaning towards, but I just wanted to say thank you to the ad hoc and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Arroyo. Any other board member with clarifications, questions? And we'll bring it back to, go ahead.
Chair, if I may, thank you. Earlier, I committed a social faux pas. This nice gentleman who also has joined us here at the table, whom I did not introduce, is Thomas Chapin with County Council and has been very supportive and wonderful resource to us throughout this process. I can just echo the words of Supervisor Arroyo. Also, Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell did allude to it. The findings of the ad hoc here do focus on some of the challenges that exist and the inadequacies. But I think everyone was of the shared opinion that after losing half of its funding when the city of Eureka defunded the Bureau, that the Bureau staff has done everything that they can with the resources that they do have available to them to try to move travel and tourism forward. It's been difficult, as indicated, because of such a big loss of funding. And I know that they're here today and they will likely give public comment. Encourage your board to listen to that, as well as comment from some of the other Gateway community partners. They are the silent 42% business partner in this arrangement because they receive 42% of that TOT allocation cumulatively that is set aside for travel and tourism marketing, and often their voices aren't heard. And I know that they're here to give comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, and so with that, we're going to go to public comment. I've got 3 hands up in Zoom, and then we'll come to those here in the audience. And we'll start out with 2127, *6 to unmute. If you are in Zoom, you need to turn off your audio because it has a delay and you could miss your opportunity. So I'll call on 2127 once again, *6 to unmute. All right, we'll come back to 2127 after we hear from the others in Zoom and give one more chance there. Again, turn your audio off. It has a delay. 0151, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Dottie and Graham from Southern Humboldt. And how it is even possible for over 20 years we have not been invited to one Avenue of the Giants meeting. So I've applied for a CDBG grant with 2 other landowners. It was denied. The avenue is closed so that everybody has to just turn around and leave from Phillipsville. We actually purchased avenueofthegiants.com many years ago and have been doing some kind of sending over. I'm not very good on a computer, so we're sending over from our website or our domain to other organizations so that they're being supported by us, and we don't get anything back. The crime is substantially lower than it was 20 years ago on the Avenue of the Giants, and particularly in Phillipsville, and we're not getting anything. There are people that make $800 for Social Security or SSDI, and they're supposed to not be homeless. How is that possible? This whole thing is screwed up, and now Garberville is falling apart. I mean, there's a little bit of movement right now, which is nice for the people that haven't given up. But the small farmers also played a big part in this. It's like everything has been done wrong in 20 years, and it's time that somebody calls the people that are there, including us, including other people that have properties and businesses, and embrace us, because we're not embraced at all. Not at all. Not at all. And it's very nice that, people think that, it should look beautiful, but it has to start from within. You don't make something beautiful on the outside and keep a bunch of fentanyl dealers around. So let's get on it. Let's do something. Let's make it beautiful like it is and should be. Thank you. I'm so frustrated.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116. And I know you know the drill. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Ash Peter, LostCoastPopulous.com. Yeah, I just wanted to say, on this, that, maybe it'd be a time to think about, dismantling some, arms of the bureaucracy that are, only, or not only, but primarily just, funding, paychecks, government paychecks, and put those into, reallocate monies like that into actually, dealing with the homeless problem we have here. So instead of just, advertising, what we are now, actually, improving the community, both in the towns and also in the rural areas, to where it causes like a word of mouth kind of thing to get spread. If we take some of the bureaucracy apart and put that into fixing some of the homeless problems from the if you could say the collapse of the cannabis from what it was before, or what kind of money went back into the community when it was black market, that could make it to where, people who came here might want to stay, actually, too. And I was listening to Sheriff Hansel on the KINS talk shop the other day, and he was talking about just the, business owners and the small business owners versus the corporate ones, and, dealing with theft, and how the big box like Target and stuff, they don't even, prosecute it. They don't even try to go after people, the theft under 1,000, just because they're afraid of liability. So maybe there's, something we could, introduce some kind of initiative to offer immunity for businesses trying to stop theft. Another idea to encourage people to, come and stay and enjoy our community. Anything we do to try to increase tourism should
30
not
seconds.
be trying to slap lipstick on the pig, so to speak, but just try to actually improve things instead of marketing, putting money into marketing something that has, very obvious problems that people before me have mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 5085. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jason Baxter. I'm a locally based marketing consultant and co-owner of the Boardroom Ferndale and Eureka. I'm calling in support for a fully funded Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, and in support of the executive director, Julie Bimbo, who I think has done an amazing job. Despite virtually no budget compared to neighboring counties, which has come up a few times today, a global pandemic, earthquakes, and she has only one other staff member to help juggle the office work and all the visitor work, in person and digital. I've been working with Julie and HCVB's board through the last few years to not only build an increasingly modern approach to how we market the regional assets compared to the past, but also to put systems in place to allow the individual regions to pull their marketable locations and events in a more scheduled way. the Bureau's been pretty busy promoting the county with little, if any, help at all from other agencies, to be honest. And so I wanted to take a little time to share a few highlights on the Bureau's behalf because they don't really do a lot of that. We have a website, visitredwoods.com, that's in drastic need of a facelift, currently being worked on by the team. It receives over 1.2 million annual unique visitors, and it's the most significant visitor information asset we have here at Humboldt. We also have a monthly newsletter with over 33,000 out-of-county subscribers. And I want to emphasize out of county because, unfortunately, the small regional areas here don't really have any reach beyond the area. There's a lot of reasons for that, which I won't go into now. But back to the Bureau's pros here, we've also increased social media reach over 300% in the past 3 years, featuring a rotating mix of Humboldt's regions. And this is all outside of the area eyeballs. And as a restaurant owner and business owner, I see these people. I see them regularly. They tell me about the posts they saw. They read the email blast. They see the media coverage that we've received. We've received over $3 million in unpaid national ads, which they're ads for us, but they're stories about Humboldt in over 40 travel and lifestyle publications through the years.
30 seconds.
And you don't see this if you live in Humboldt because, honestly, you're not supposed to. We're reaching out beyond the borders to bring people in, and this is something I don't think people fully understand. It's all happening behind the scenes. They don't just come here because we have trees. They don't just come here because they know about our unspoiled beaches and, you know, cool, quirky people. We pitch this. It's out there being marketed, and it's happening by Julie. The partnerships are developed with
Thank you,
online
commenter.
influencers by Julie.
Thank you very
What's
much.
that?
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you so much for your comments. Next, we have 2223. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Craig Johnson, South and Low Farms, Southern Humboldt. I would like to encourage the community to keep an open mind and space for marketing the cannabis community and our permaculture practices that we have evolved through over the years of compliance. Globally, we've been noticed for our product that we produce, world-renowned cannabis, but we're holding attention by how we do that, our farming practices mainly. So moving forward, please hold space for us. We're a community that is currently challenged in many ways, but we're resilient and we want to keep moving ahead. And again, it's not what we grow, it's how we grow. And we're very resilient small farms in the hills that draw global attention. We had just finished a rain catchment system through a grant through Fish and Wildlife. On my Instagram, I posted. Within 24 hours, we had 16,000 views. And from a marketing standpoint, we're just marketing nature and how we live and how we work. And that will resonate globally time and time again. People can empathize with our struggles with the environment and with the global change. Thank you so much for this moment to comment.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 2230. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Nicole Riggs, and I'm the Executive Director of HAPA, which is the Humboldt Area People's Archive. We're a historical organization that collects, preserves, and shares the history of Humboldt from the 1960s to today. So that includes back to the land, the cannabis history, very important part of our culture, as the previous caller said. And I want to speak to you today to advocate for the continued funding of the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, because it's a crucial partner in our mission to showcase the rich history of Humboldt. Just as an example, over the past year, my organization has had the privilege of collaborating with Julie Benbow and Ken Hammock in the most professional manner on several projects, which has included now the installation of 2 exhibits year-round that benefit both residents and visitors and people who might consider relocating to Humboldt. And thanks to the support of the Bureau, we have year-round exhibits in Garberville and in Eureka and that allows us to reach a broader audience and highlight the unique heritage of Humboldt. And I'm especially excited for our upcoming 2024 exhibit, which is a project that's made possible through the collaborative efforts of our historical organization and the Bear River Band. And it's an exhibit that is to be shown at the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, and it showcases the revitalization of the salmon ceremony at the mouth of the Mathole in Petrolia. It features oral histories, photographs, videos, and materials on loan from the Bear River Band. It really can't be overstated how significant this is. It's a testament to the power of partnerships in preserving and celebrating our cultural heritage. And the planned display of this exhibit at the Bureau is crucial to its success and impact. The Bureau serves as a hub for information. It draws locals and tourists to discover the unique stories that make Humboldt special, the complex, rich history, including the fascinating cannabis part of Humboldt, both past and also present. So by defunding the Visitors Bureau, we risk losing not only a valuable resource for our organization, but really also a platform that connects our community with its history. It's meaningful for visitors, but it's also really meaningful for people that are considering relocating to Humboldt. So in closing, I just want to urge you, supervisors, to please consider the broader implications of defunding the Humboldt Visitors Bureau. The collaborations that I've given you as examples, that's just one example of the many meaningful projects that could be jeopardized without continued support.
30 seconds.
The Visitors Bureau plays a vital role in fostering community engagement, promoting tourism, and preserving the cultural tapestry in all its aspects that make Humboldt the special place that visitors want to explore. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, commenter. And that's it in the Zoom. So we'll go to those here in the audience today. Welcome. You've got 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatsky, one time I attended a short-term concierge school for people because I was going to get into the business here. Looked at investing and developing this Willow Creek Golf Course, the Scotia Inn, and the Eagle House, where Mother Nature told me, that's the savant thing, something's coming to take your money to Mexico, which I've done. But I strongly support Measure A. I strongly support, and I hope everybody in staff is listening to the comments made by Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell. One of the biggest things that has helping us lately here, from what I've seen, is United Airline now, if you buy in advance, you can get round-trip tickets for $154 rather than $254 or $354. This helps. This group needs to be funded. Again, not speaking for the Taxpayers League, but being executive director, we would like to have it displayed up here exactly how this TOT is being spent. I may be incorrect, but I think some of it was spent for arts and heritage people, and I think it's important for all of us to know where the money's going. It's all about where the money's going. We know where it's coming from, and I look forward to hearing from some of the moteliers here. I don't see John Porter, and like Rex, I knew him back in the Eureka Inn days when he was managing that. Fantastic person. Those are the people that should actually be in here helping direct us at this time. It kind of bothers me that they were separated out and we're only dealing with half the package now without dealing with the whole package with the total input from the hoteliers, which are the ones who actually, as Rex said, know what they're talking about when it comes to how they want to market their money, which they are creating for us. And we're all grateful to the hoteliers who contribute to our economy.
Thank you, commenter. And next.
Hi, my name is Gordon Cloutworthy. I'm running for 1st District Supervisor. I think maybe the mill tour is a niche that brings people here, but I don't think it's the driving force behind the economy of tourism in Humboldt County. Of the two options that we were given today, I think it might be best to do a combination of two. I don't know if this group is the best market. I know that part of their money, part of what they get covers staff costs, right? Okay, thank you. So the staff costs, one of the cheapest, freest things that we can do to market is work with online algorithms. For example, Facebook, right? Facebook, we have the Redwood Coast Facebook group, Facebook page. Facebook, in order to get a bigger reach, requires at least one post a day, right? That's just And that's how the algorithms work. So we have on their post, we have 3 days ago was their last post, 6 days before that. Obviously they're not, and you can schedule these things. You can sit down in an office and you can schedule up to 6 months of posts. So if the agency isn't using their resources, then I think maybe we need to look at changing agencies. I do believe it's underfunded, but I also believe that, you give somebody a little bit and you say, hey, see what you can do with this. And if they can't do with that enough, then you look elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next. Welcome.
Good morning again, Council. Frederick Breckenridge. I like to thank College of the Redwoods for preparing me for speaking on this topic today, especially the historic preservation program that highlighted that the successful tourist communities like Washington, D.C., Santa Barbara, San Diego, their driving tourism is human recreation. And human recreation is the constant, unlike industries that come and go, whether it be timber and marijuana. We can embrace those topics, but those aren't the driving forces of successful tourist communities. Human recreation activity, and I own the domain name Humboldt Rentals, and I'm working with Humboldt Rentals out of Santa Barbara and Ventura. In fact, Rex Bohn and I had a scheduled flight around the Humboldt Bay. It's an exciting time to be here with the development of the Bay Trail system. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make use of Deputy Bicknell's plane for whatever Rex had canceled for. And at times, I've looked up to Rex as a mentor, but on this one, I disagree about people flocking here for the Palco Mill Tour. As the first green business student to make the National Dean's List at College of the Redwoods and nationally, and social entrepreneurship really keeps me up at night, as well as the historic preservation of our community. And never once did I hear anybody talk about how awesome it was to Maxim Corporation clear cut our forests. And did you take that mill tour? Never heard of it, but I have heard of the Pink Lady, all of the Victorian homes, and did I say something that reached you wrong, Rex? Okay.
Go ahead.
So, sorry. I don't want to offend anybody here. I'd like to highlight my enthusiasm in the community and some of the challenges I've overcome. And that is with the Humboldt Area Foundation, Humboldt Made, and those organizations. So I think really paying critical attention to the topics that they've presented today is of the most valuable concerns that we're challenged with, because I don't see anybody coming up here for Murder Mountain. Our community hasn't addressed that topic. We've exchanged no return on it, but that's what this years of I've been here doing this has gotten us, and I'm offended. And I'm glad I got out of the marijuana industry when I did. It's a rather dull topic. It's not that hot of a topic. Knowledge, human recreation, being active in our community, which we're doing that, we're embracing it. And as industries come and go, they leave room for vagrancy to fill those voids, homelessness and such on. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next. Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo some of the sentiments that some of the callers mentioned. And in 2022, Forbes magazine quoted that the cannabis tourism industry was worth over $17 billion in the U.S. alone. And I just wanted to make a point of saying that our region is well known for that. I probably thank the Trimmigrants that came and went when they did, and went back to their respective countries and spoke highly of our area and the terrain and the beautiful beaches and the rivers, as well as the cannabis. And I think with that, I personally feel like when I was 18 years old, I was always looking for a place that had lax laws in cannabis, as well as had beautiful areas to see. And I feel that we have such an ecotourism industry already in our community, and And piggybacking cannabis with that ecotourism, I think some of the demographics and characteristics of an ecotourist can also relate to a canna-tourist. And I just wanted to make sure that that I supported what one of the callers said, because one of my first businesses here in Eureka was called A Fertile World, which we ended up opening up three other locations, one in Arcata, one in Eureka, one in Fortuna, and one down in San Rafael. And one of the things that I completely agree with is it's not about just the cannabis in Humboldt County. It's about the type of farming and regenerative practices that are used by some of our farmers that separate them from other farmers in California and the world, for that matter. I also own a business called Heart of the Emerald. We have 2 locations, a dispensary in Eureka and one in Arcata, and we specialize in products manufactured, farmed, and produced here in Humboldt County. And we often get visitors from out of our area asking us what really is the difference between Humboldt County farmed commodity and cannabis that's farmed down in Santa Barbara or commercially farmed in Salinas. And I just have to say that knowing from my grow shop days, Fertile World, we sold a lot of beneficial bacterias, mycorrhizas, a lot of biological products that helped increase the tilth of the soil, as well as the quality of the product itself. So Humboldt County really has a unique product, in a sense, in that industry. And if we could marry ecotourism with the cannabis consumer as well, I think that we would, maybe get a piece of this $17 million here. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next. Welcome.
Good morning, supervisors. The quality
Julie,
of
you
life...
can pull the mic down to you if you'd like. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Great.
Can we start again?
Yes.
Good morning, supervisors. The quality of life for residents equals the quality of experience for visitors. I'm speaking today to clarify on record some misinformation presented in the recommendations about the Bureau's operational and marketing practices, which focused on our shortcomings and cited challenges fulfilling the MOU, without acknowledging the tremendous national and international marketing successes that we've accomplished with a small budget that has been wisely invested for the greatest impact. We feel the board cannot make an informed decision without this information. Firstly, all of the Bureau and board business is conducted with maximum transparency. Meeting agendas, minutes, and financial statements are available to the public on the website and hard copies in the Bureau office. Both Supervisor Bushnell and Diana Rios attend board meetings when available. The current board of directors has representation from all areas of the county, with tribal representatives, directors from Cal Poly and CR, and marketing professionals. And the Bureau has regular meetings with the Gateway partners. The recommendation stated that the Bureau received $296,000 for one half of 2023. Actually, the Bureau received $216,000 for the full year. The Board of Supervisors refused our request for ARPA funding and voted not to include the Bureau in the revenue share of Measure J. So, money is tight. The Bureau did not submit an audit, the estimated cost of which was between $8,000 and $12,000, which would have been 10% of our budget. We submitted 990s instead. The income for this year is $316,000 just to the Bureau. The recommendations did not include mention of funds carried over from previous years, earmarked solely for marketing. This year, the Bureau has invested over $97,000 in marketing initiatives, including $40,000 for a cannabis trail campaign, which is a partnership between Visit Oakland and Visit Mendocino County. Recommendation A states an increase in funding would adversely impact the general fund. We contend the opposite is true. Defunding will have disastrous outcomes. In 2022, travel-related spending brought in $500 million to the county, over $49 million in tax revenue into the general funds. Tourism is the only consistent non-resident source of revenue coming into the general fund. If the Bureau is defunded, there would be a critical adverse effect on revenue and loss of support from businesses throughout the county. So on behalf of the Board of Directors and everyone throughout the county whose businesses are enhanced and supported by visitors, we urge the Board of Supervisors to increase funding and not endanger the quality of life for the people of Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and
Welcome.
staff. My name is Mark Rowley from Willow Creek. A quick history. I'm going to give you a 2-hour presentation in less than 3 minutes. My wife and I started Bigfoot Rafting Company 40 years ago. We no longer run it because we got a little long in the tooth, but it's still going in a very viable industry that benefits Humboldt County. Over 20 years ago, we started accommodations. I was with the Bureau for over 30 years, had the pleasure of being the board president on 4 different occasions, and also helped with the transition with a very rough 2019-2020 where we lost funding and our executive director. So that's just a bit, I do know what I'm talking about, and I have a solution for it. One of the solutions is to appoint a committee of county staff to do this. If you don't have a professional in that group and listen to private sector people, it clearly is not going to work. You're not qualified to do that. I'm not trying to insult their integrity of what they do, but this is a very technical industry that changes at the whim of the seasons. It's not in the same steadfast, stays at one spot forever. But I do have a solution, and I have 2 to offer here. One is we probably need to see if it'll work that the HLA and the Bureau could become closer partners. They do work together a lot, but I would like to see some funding there that could enhance the 2 of those. Those are your travel professionals. But the big component that I want to give you today in my remaining time is I want to give you a quick history lesson. Probably 30 years ago, we watched this idea of the different cities pulling away from the original concept in 1978, probably led by John Porter more than anyone, and that was everyone would contribute a little bit financially, and we would take on the world marketing the county. We primarily lost Arcata, then we watched Fortuna go, then we watched the little towns go, and then finally we watched Eureka go. And everybody's thinking that they have a cousin that's good at marketing and on the internet, and we'll all just do this independently. I can clearly tell you this will not work. If we're going to compete, we're going to have large budgets, and I think it behooves all of the cities to sit down and negotiate with the county and try to reestablish that we work together so we can have a big enough presence that we can be competitive. If everyone goes their own way and just focuses on their community, I can assure you this will not work. Thank you.
Thank you for that history lesson. Appreciate it. And next.
Good day,
Welcome.
Board. Rio Anderson, SHBVB and local business owner in Southern Humboldt. I agree with Mark. And what I think is most important at the moment is bringing a cohesive energy and using your funding to really delegate like deliverables to the tourism industry. Feels like we've been talking about this for years, and I want to see some kind of agency that can really empower the people that are in the private sector wanting to do things. You know, Southern Humboldt, we want to be a gateway community. We want it to be clean. We want the avenue cleaned up. We want to do summer tours. We want to do all this stuff, but we feel like we, 5 steps forward and we don't know where to go, but we need some leadership to really use your funding to pull us all together and make deliverables happen. Bigfoot rafting, in the 90s, I saw Danny DeVito in Willow Creek, rafting. It's like those kinds of things. Other things that are actual deliverables. I've been traveling lately in other communities, and like you show up there and there's things to do. You stay in a hotel, you have instantly there's community things to do. We need that. We need to be able to be curated as soon as the tourist gets here. And so I hope your funding, whatever you decide, really makes that happen. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And next, welcome.
Hi, thanks. I never really get to speak from this side of the dais, so this is weird. My name is Meredith Matthews, and I'm here today as the Executive Director for the Arcata Chamber of Commerce, which is one of our gateway communities. I've been in this position for about 6 months. In this time, I've had several interactions with the Visitors Bureau, and they're extremely responsive, and I appreciate all their efforts. I have concerns with the item B solution about committee membership. Arcata is very different than Southern Humboldt, which is different than Willow Creek, which is different than Oric, and I don't like the idea that we would only have a rotating opportunity to participate in a committee. I would always like a member from either myself or one of my board members or one of the local Arcata businesses. In the past year, the Arcata Chamber has taken on several high-profile events such as Oyster Fest that is going to bring traditionally like 15,000 to 17,000 people into Arcata, and we really count on that funding for advertising and media and for our growth and success. So I just really want to acknowledge how responsive the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau has been to me. I've tried to get some funding out of HLA, and I have a really hard time communicating, getting responses for them. So I just want to thank Julie, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, welcome.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to speak here today. My name is Laura Lassiter, and I'm Director of Operations for the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau. And as your board is aware, we've been in front of you regarding this very important topic and the many concerns that we have for quite a few years now. We have brought our concerns to you many times. Change is needed. We are thankful that it is here today and up for discussion. I did serve on the HCVB board of directors for 4 years. I currently am serving at the state level on the California Travel Association Board of Directors. The SHBVB serves the county on many county boards, including the SED, CIRC, RISE, and many others representing our community and County of Humboldt. I and the SHBVB as a whole have insight into our county and tourism. I won't go into all of our current projects, website data, events, earned media, and other stats. However, we can tell you without a doubt that whichever decision you choose to make here today, all of our regions need to be represented. As the Arcata Chamber did state, we all need to be represented in the strategic marketing plan and committee. Representation from those that are currently actually contributing and leading the county in tourism. All of our regions in Humboldt County are unique in many ways. This diversity is what makes us so special and so appealing to visitors from all over. Let's embrace this uniqueness and represent correctly and accurately. Let's highlight this uniqueness in our regions for all the world to see. There is no way that the North can tell you what the South is doing, or the South can tell you what the East is doing, and represent it appropriately. Each region needs to speak for themselves in these crucial topics that drive our county's economy. Therefore, we need representation from all of our regions so that we can accurately, correctly represent our county. You have these TOT organizations that are doing the work of tourism for the county of Humboldt. You have the resources and assets at your disposal. Let's utilize them. Let's learn from what hasn't worked in the past and fix this. So whichever choice you make today, please keep that in your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, please. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Yvonne Hendricks, and I'm the Executive Director for the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce. I did have something prepared to read, but I'm just going to bypass that because what has been said by SHBBV, by Laura, and by Rio, and by Meredith at Arcata Chamber of Commerce mirror exactly how we feel in the Southern Humboldt County. I do just want to make a quick comment in regards to the current recommendations for the committee membership. And to us, it seems unbalanced. If you decide to proceed with this recommendation, we kindly request that you consider diversifying the representation by including members from a broader range of industries within the tourism sector. I believe you have mentioned already hoteliers, and we agree with that. If the Gateway community representatives rotate yearly, does that mean that each Gateway community will only have representation once every 5 years? If this is the case, would it not be more advantageous to have one member from each of the Gateway chambers included in the committee? Like others have said, the Gateway community and the Gateway chambers, we know our regions more than anyone else. As the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, we have thousands of tourists pass through our chamber yearly. We correspond with thousands via email. We take hundreds of phone calls. We know what people are looking for in our region. We know how to market our region. Based on the data that we've collected personally within the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, we talk to the visitors. We have visitors coming through from Finland, visitors coming through from Japan, tons of tourists coming through from Canada. We ask them which direction they're going, what is it that they like to do, what is it that they are coming here for, and we direct their experience that way. There's tons of unique opportunities within Southern Humboldt County that are unique to that region and aren't in Northern Humboldt County. We have the Southern Humboldt Community Park, which is 400 acres of extensive hiking trails, bike trails. We have 2 golf courses, the Benbow Golf Course. We have the Shelter Cove Golf Course. We have 2 wineries. We have the Westernmost Brewery. We know how to market those areas because we are there living in that area. I have decades of experience living in Southern Humboldt. I'm a longtime resident there. I have decades of experience in marketing and publicity, having been the publicity director and marketing person for Reggae on the River in its heyday, Harmony Festival, Earth Dance International, Santa Cruz American Music Festival, Santa Cruz Blues Festival. I love our region. I love marketing it. I love talking to the tourists and letting them know the different unique opportunities that we offer to them. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And next. Welcome.
Thank you for your time today, Supervisors. I'm Ken Hammock. I usually don't do this, but I think it's important at this point so you know who I am in the community. I've been here for about the past 10 years. I am the board president for the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. I'm also an operating partner in the Gondry dispensary and distribution company based in McKinleyville. I'm on the Presidential Advisory Council for College of the Redwoods. I'm an industry advisor for Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm a board member of Indigenous Habitat Institutes, bringing a new regenerative housing, fire retardant to the community. I'm the former board chair for the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. Thanks for joining us today, Meredith. I'm also the co-founder of Community Pride and Peace, a nonprofit that helps clean up the community and looks out after the folks that can't look after themselves sometimes. I'm just really a business person, though, and that's what I'm here trying to talk to you today about. I think that this report and the recommendations from the task force are misguided, just to be honest with you. I think that as a business person, I believe in investments that have a return. And we get a return on this investment. We have the numbers. The social media numbers have been going up. The outreach and the feedback we've gotten internationally and nationally are exactly the kinds of people that we need to come to Humboldt. We frame Humboldt, the brand, in the appropriate ways. And I think that really the thing that bothered me most about the report that we just received on Friday and going through it this weekend is, as a business person, I never want to manage for results by committee. You need to have a person on the seat, point person, that's accountable and responsible. And I think that Julie Benbow has proven that out. Since I've been serving on the board, I agreed to be on this board because I know how important tourism is to Humboldt County. I moved my family here now. This is personal because I really believe that if we do drop this ball, a lot of other balls are going to get dropped. We're not going to be able to have the money to go to the artists and the roads and the schools that we desperately need right now in these really interesting times we're living in. And I just say, and repeat what Julie just said,
30 seconds.
Over $500 million in travel money spent in this county. That's now above COVID levels. So we already, managed it effectively through a really difficult period of time. There's a lot of other people that talked to me. I don't know of anybody that talked to the task force. Zero, nobody. So I'm not sure where they got their feedback from, but I talk with people throughout the county all the time. I'm everywhere, and I haven't heard anyway. By the way, here's Brian Applegarth's statement. He couldn't be here today, but he's helping us with this Canada Tourism project that we're working on.
Thank you very much.
If I could submit that. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we've got one more commenter, and then I'm going to go back to one individual that was having some trouble raising their hand in Zoom.
Hello, greetings, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for letting us speak today. My name is Chris. I'm from the Best Western Plus Humboldt Bay Inn here in Eureka, the managing partner. I'm also the board chairman of the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. I was notified this last week to attend this meeting and hopefully answer any questions pertaining to HLA, although I do know that the meeting today is regarding the Visitors Bureau. But I can speak on behalf of on the Bureau also. And one of the things I was really thinking about this weekend after I read the staff report and everything is, and over time, I served 20 plus years on the Bureau's board also. I'm not currently on it. But I do want to echo what Mark Rowley had to say. He was also a long-standing member. And that is, at one time, the Bureau was funded by every city in our county. So, and over time, each city slowly pulled out for a variety of reasons. And the last being, yes, the city of Eureka. And it was a significant amount of funding that the Bureau lost. So I do feel for the county that, everyone feels that this is your responsibility to market, the county and to fund the Bureau and everything. But I do want to implore you to maybe go back, and I've recommended this to the Bureau the time that I served on the Bureau, is to form a committee and go back to the cities and try and get some sort of funding from each city to help with the overall marketing of Humboldt County. I do feel for, everyone is short on money right now. I know the county is short, the cities are short, but, tourism is a vital part of our community. And I don't think that people really realize how much money it really does bring into our area. For overnight visitors, for visitors, everyone wins. Restaurants, commerce, businesses, everyone benefits from it. Not only for the TOT tax and the TBID tax, but also the sales tax, which is for the entire county. So, and I do want to say that over the time that I've known Julie at the Bureau, she has, to be honest, she has worked her ass off for the funding that she's had. And, I'm not blaming the county for that. I think that we have to really look and see what has happened to the Bureau over time. And that is really one of the reasons that the hoteliers formed our own organization, because we didn't want to have to depend on money from other agencies or government money, coming back to us. So we did form a self-imposed tax, for our industry to spend the way we felt that it should be spent on marketing and bringing overnight visitors to our area. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome.
Thank you for letting me sneak in here last.
It's all right.
Lisa Sundberg. I'm a member at Trinidad Rancheria and visionary and upstream thinker. And I've been involved in the Indian gaming era of across the country, helping expand that market. And now I've also served on the county, not the county, I'm serving as a human rights commissioner for the county as well. And I'm on the, I just joined recently this board that we're here talking about right now, so the Visitors Bureau. And I've also been on health boards as well. I can't tell you that I'm grateful for Ken and Julie for bringing me in, because I'm a native representing our voice, which is always like last or not even involved in any of the discussion. So I'm grateful that we're here to have a participate in the discussion. But just as my own personal work that I do, I help solve problems like such as these in certain industries, mostly tribes, and it's usually everybody's in silos and don't communicate with each other. That's why a lot of this stuff happens. I think these guys are doing, what the work that they did prior to me coming is amazing. We have an amazing team, and I'm going to read one of the statements from one of the members here in a second. But I just want to say, most budgets, it's anywhere from 5 to 25% of revenue that you're going to spend on marketing. So collectively, as all of the bodies here, whether it's a tribe or city government or county, we all, I think, need to collaborate together and look at a joint vision of where we want to go. That being said, I'm going to read Carlton Nelson, who's on our board. He does 101 great things to do in Humboldt, and I think he had some really good comments that I wanted to say out loud. By way of introduction, I am Carlton Nelson, a 28-year-old resident of Eureka, California, past board chair of the Eureka Chamber of Commerce, and most pertinent to this discussion, the general manager and now operator of the 101 Things to Do publication for Humboldt, Mendocino, and Del Norte counties, as well as Southern Oregon. I have worked in these capacities since 2012, and all told, between customers, advertisers, and distribution points, we see over 1,500 visitors facing businesses every single year. There are very few who can say that they have interacted directly every year with more people who operate the businesses that service our tourists than we have. Governments are good at many things. Groups of concerned citizens devoting their volunteer time to common cause that benefit all concerned is one of the advantages that our system of governance holds dear. While governments is good at the execution functions, its mandate often falls short when charged with being creative and timely.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I'm going to submit the rest of this comment to you guys, but Trinidad has been booming, so and that's where I live, and I see that it's crazy.
Thank you very much. All right. It does go a lot faster than you think. Welcome.
Hello, Alex Stillman. I know how important tourism is, and I know how difficult it is for you to make a decision about what to do. But it seems like we have to think about it as a whole. And I know that we have the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, and they're promoting more tourism-related things. And I feel like the Bureau has done the best they can do. And I don't know how to pull it all together. But you're thinking about A and you're thinking about B, and how you will pull A and B together, or what you can do, because tourism is one of we know it's a stand there. We've always had tourism. We have gone through many other things as far as in Arcata or in Eureka, the county, where we've had fisheries and lumber and so forth, but we've always had tourism. And I think it's one of our most economic development tools that we can have, is to support tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go back to the one individual in Zoom that was having difficulty with the hand raise, and that will be 2127. If we can bring them to the top of the list there. And then I'll give that individual 3 minutes, like everybody else. Excuse me. Star 6 to unmute. Over the mic. It was a good hot cocoa. Sorry about that. 2127, star 6 to unmute. Got to turn that audio off. 2127. Bring them back up, please. Want to text him?
I wonder if it's on our end.
Could be.
It doesn't look like it's allowing me to
Bring him up.
unmute, yes.
Okay. Frustrating, frustrating. We'll give it just another minute here.
Chair.
So you're not able to bring him up to the top and unmute him? Or give him the opportunity to unmute, huh?
It's not letting me on any of them ask to unmute. So I think it is something with Zoom currently.
Okay. I see that he's not only in the participant list, but he was also on the panelist list there. It's on the panelist list as well as 2127. Can you unmute him there? It's at the bottom of the panelist on Zoom there. So he's in both places, which is interesting in itself. We gotta find out. Do we have more time? She's checking. We're not gonna get this done in 5 minutes.
Chair?
Yes.
I could, if I may, maybe to buy that caller some additional time, I could make a couple points of
There he goes.
clarification.
There you
Okay.
All right, caller 2127, you've got 3 minutes. Welcome.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I apologize for my inability to be technically competent today.
Yeah, join the crowd. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
John Porter, calling from Benbow. I have an affection for the Bureau as the past founding president in 1978-79. When we formed the Bureau with a number of people from the community, most of our funding was actually coming from the city of Eureka. 2/3 of the funding was coming from the city of Eureka and 1/3 from the county. If Arcata and Fortuna were participating, it was a very small amount. The beginning of the end of the Bureau began when the city of Eureka decided to defund the Bureau. Now, there's enough fault to go around why that happened, but it did happen. And unfortunately now, all the funding comes from the county lodging properties in the unincorporated areas. Nothing from Eureka, Fortuna, or Arcata. The Bureau really is a Humboldt Bay area / Eureka-centric organization, funded by the bed tax that actually comes from the county. I would support option B without the ad hoc committee. I would allocate those funds to the gateway communities. For example, in southern Humboldt, we could use the funds to start additional activities and events. We've lost the Redwood Run. Reggae on the River is uncertain as to whether that's ever going to come back. And we could use those funds here. I would somewhat disagree with Mark and his comments about the ability for our individual regions to be able to participate and decide how funds should be spent to promote tourism. And I agree with comments that Chris Ambrosini made. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you, commenter. Okay, that concludes our public comment, and so at this point, we're going to bring it back to the board, but I have to do a time check. We have an 11:30 time set. Are we able to push that out?
Yes, Chair Madrone, I've spoke with outside counsel, and they are flexible.
So 12 noon would be okay?
Yeah, I said it may be another hour.
This is a really big decision, and there's a lot of moving parts. So I think, I'm hoping this half hour will give us a chance as a board to kind of mull over all the options and figure out how we're all going to work together as a community and actually make all of this happen, because that's, I think, what we all want. The question is, how do we get there? So Supervisor Wilson.
Through the chair, we've been here 2.5 hours.
Yes.
I've drank a lot of coffee. So I'm requesting a break of some
Let's
kind.
take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll continue with this item and hopefully bring it to some. We're going to come back out of recess here and get back to this very, very important item that we have in front of us. And I very much appreciate all the input we've gotten from the members of the community as well as those engaged in this activity of trying to help our community bring in more tourism, more dollars, and really, be a welcoming place for tourism. Supervisor Bushnell.
I thank you through the chair. I just would like to ask staff if, there was a lot of things said, and so I would like to ask staff if they would like to have any follow-up, if that would be okay through the chair.
Absolutely. That was a suggestion from a couple of members of the board, so please.
Sure, I'm happy to start, and then I can let Cody weigh in. A couple points of clarification. Option B, the defunding option, that would only be defunding the contract with Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. It would not entail defunding of the gateway communities, nor would it entail any defunding of HLA. Another point of clarification is that those funds would not then go back into the general fund for non-marketing purposes. If your board chooses the defund option, it would be for the TOT funding paid to the HCVB contract only to be held aside for marketing purposes. The expenditure and budget for which would be formed by that new committee, the advisory committee that was discussed so many times throughout the meeting. Also just happy to share that the composition of that committee, I know it looks very staff heavy. We were anticipating that there would likely be encouragement from the board and the community to add other community members to that, and that's something that staff certainly is receptive to. So appreciate the opportunity to make those clarifications, and I'll turn it over to Director Rogitz if he has anything additional he wants to share.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. My comments earlier, as well as a lot of what we heard in the discussion so far, were really focused on working together. I spent a lot of time over the last 5 years working with different personnel from different airlines, trying to recruit them. And a lot of thanks to the young lady behind us here, Diana Rios, and Project SOAR, and the partnership with Scott and team. We're in a much better place than we've ever been, which has led to that success up at ACV through Project SOAR in those relationships. All of that being said, there's a lot of turnover with these airlines and what they call their network planners. But these network planners work constantly on understanding dots on maps and geography and statistics related to what will work and what won't in different regions of the country as they connect to their hubs, or like Arroyo starting a new focus city in Burbank. Unfortunately, we haven't done a good job collectively as a community, because I often have to start the 20 minutes of speed dating that we get in trying to attract these new airlines with a geography lesson, because they have no idea where Humboldt County is on a map. And I think that's a testament and really a reflection of how we can all work together with whatever decision you all make here today, but we have to work as one Humboldt in this process moving forward.
Great. Thank you very much for that feedback. I will say that from my own perspective, listening to the community and also being here for 50 years, the ideal world would be all the cities, the county, and everybody working together to figure out how to enhance our visitors serving facilities, outreach, and all of that. I mean, and I don't know how we get there, but you know, we've heard from some of the cities here today about how valuable the Visitors Bureau is to them, and yet they're not contributing directly into it with their funds, and that certainly is a piece of the puzzle here. I know that the Visitors Bureau has a number of issues with its contract. It's not just the audit, there are other things, but it could also be argued that with the limited amount of funding they have, it's difficult to perform all those things. And yet, there's a large space being rented. Now, I heard from Leslie Castellano that the city of Eureka, the Inc. people, are working really well with the Visitors Bureau on filling that space with some wonderful exhibits and other kinds of things. But one does have to be able to meet your contract obligations regardless of what else is going on. And that weighs heavily. I know it did for the ad hoc, you know, when we discuss these things. And it's not that, I mean, we think Julie's doing a fantastic job, but there are some issues there that we're going to have to resolve. But again, for me, the bottom line is, how do we get the cities and the county back on board, all working together, and what are the instruments and mechanisms for us to really, you know, build upon that cooperative effort across the county? Because as we all know that live here, we've got an incredible place that everybody wants to come to. There's also the issue of the homelessness and people on the streets and in the doorways and everything else. And I know for a fact that many visitors come, and after they experience some of those issues with people that are really struggling, you know, with lack of housing and other things, it has an impact on those things, right? And some of this TOT was supposed to go to helping resolve some of those things. We do have the 2% that we've added to the TOT. We also have a short-term rental ordinance that is about ready to get be brought before our board in the next few months. And yes, many of them are already paying, but some are not. And frankly, the money we get from that comes in as a bulk sum, and we have no idea about the data around that because of the current system. That will all change with the short-term rental ordinance that once it's passed. So there are a bunch of things happening here. And frankly, given that we have another time set and other things, I'm not sure we're going to be able to figure this all out in the next 15 minutes or even a half an hour or even an hour. I think there's probably going to be a need for us to reach out to the cities and figure out how do we bring everybody back to the table. We've got to look at the structure of how we're going to do this. Do we need to invest more of the TOT money? There's a lot of really big questions here to answer, and I know I'm struggling with trying to figure out how to do that in the small amount of time that we have. So I'll bring it back to the board for their thoughts. But yes, CAO Hayes.
Chair Supervisor Arroyo has her hand up.
Excellent. Okay. So I'll go to her, and then I'll go to Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the commentary and all the discussion. And I will certainly say, you know, I've been through this discussion before with the city, and, you know, as folks have brought up, the city of Eureka used to put in a similar amount to the county, I think perhaps even a little bit more. I'm not sure exactly, but it was about $600,000 for these services, and, you know, really made the choice to go a different direction based on a request for proposals process to evaluate what options were out there, and, you know, kind of set forth goals and see how different entities would be responsive to those goals. And ultimately, you know, did choose to go with another marketing entity. So, and I realized coming into this conversation that the city of Eureka pulling out of that, you know, partnership was going to come up, and so, you know, made that decision once already, and now here we are, and I'm, you know, sort of feeling a little pressure to speak to that, but I won't, because I think it was a move that was you know, made in consultation with a lot of the then council and community members, and it was a long and I would say challenging series of meetings to get there, but that's already in the public record. So I will say, you know, I agree with you, Supervisor Madrone, that communicating with some of the other local jurisdictions would be beneficial to talk about, how can we do something together that's effective for all of us? I also heard what, excuse me, what Laura had to say about, the gateways or different communities are different and need their own discretion to participate. And so it seems like the committee proposal that's on the table might not be the best fit, we might want to think about how that would work. I would be very open to speaking with other jurisdictions and community partners about whether there's interest in a collaborative request for proposals for regional marketing services, countywide, I should say, and that also, does attend to the needs of specific communities. I do think the way that we've divided it up is giving too little funding. Ultimately. So I think we have an opportunity to talk with other jurisdictions and to look at the Measure J funds that we did not allocate, as well as, potentially some of the HLA funds, and see if there's interest there in really combining funds to have a bigger bang for our buck. So I looked at what a couple of neighboring counties are spending. Mendocino County is spending, over $1 million in marketing services. And, I think I'd be interested in seeing if there's interest from this board to explore allocating a larger pot of funds, but going and, seeing what those proposals might look like. And I wondered, since I was not part of the ad hoc, I wondered if the ad hoc could speak to whether you considered an approach like that, and if not, why you are making the recommendation that's in our packet today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I've got Supervisor Bohn and then Wilson in the queue.
Well, just clarification, we didn't vote we voted, but the 2% was asked for us by the hoteliers, and then they would pay a fee for us collecting and distributing that because they felt they could do a better job on their little end of it. And they've, it seems like they've done a good job. I have some people say yes and no. I mean, I don't know where we go. Years ago, I was on the visitors, I was the liaison for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. I used to get excited in 2019 or 20. We had a full-page article in the Wall Street Journal. We used to market ourselves, and travel writers used to come on a regular basis. But I'm also one of those guys that remembered the Eureka Inn having 4 buses lined up on the side of it on a regular basis when we had travel buses and stuff. We had, and with that being said, we had a travel bus in town the other day, and the bus ended up driving down Main Street in Ferndale, which is also shocking when you see a bus go down the middle. And they brought up a crew of people from Santa Rosa to watch the lighted tractor parade on. So there are a lot of things that fund tourism. Now, when Eureka pulled out, Eureka wanted to be, I remember that was in 2019, I think, when that discussion came up. I watched it really close because that was going to be the breaking point. Well, Eureka has the advantage of being, I think it was said they go from 25 to 90,000 people here during the day because we all shop. I don't live in the city of Eureka, but I do a lot of my shopping in the city of Eureka. So they get my tax dollar to spend as they wish. I have no say, and that's always been a issue with a lot of people. But with that said, they've done I think their new PR firm has done a good job. But the old saying, and we use it a lot, a rising tide raises all the ships. So I think when we talk about doing things in Oric, Willow Creek, since they've done their upgrades and their gateway and the trees and everything else, I've been going to Willow Creek for work for 50 years when I was delivering produce up there when they had 3 Keys markets and everything else. But it's making a little bit of rebound. But as we talk about things going down, this will throw you off. And I didn't realize this till last week. The big grocery store in Laytonville, the Geiger's grocery store, that's closed. They just rebuilt it 10 years ago. But anyway, I digress. That's Mendocino. Mendocino also has probably 10 times the amount of rated wineries we have. So that adds a lot to it. But again, we have, and I just had a guy in my office yesterday, and they're working really hard, is the mountain biking people. And we've had a couple presentations about what has happened in Downeyville. And we've had the presentation is amazing, is Walmart spent, I don't know how many millions changing their whole outlook in Bentonville into bike, and now they get almost $150 million a year in tourism just from mountain bikes. And you know what they have? They have woods, they have hills, they have streams. Hell, we can throw an ocean in there. I don't know if Bentonville can do that. So I'm just saying, there's so many different aspects we can look at to reinvent our tourism and to live on the tourism we have. I heard today, a lot about the Kent. Do you know how many, I don't think they want anybody to know, but how many dairy farm tours are taking place and how many Airbnbs we have on dairy farms right now? One of them that I know is perfectly licensed, so I don't feel bad about mentioning them, has had people from 11 different countries. 9 of those countries were dairy farmers from other countries. They come and stay for 2 and 3 days and see how we're doing it. Regenerative farming, that's been mentioned with cannabis. It's taking over the dairy industry. It's really taking off because that's the good way to do stuff. So as we reinvent things, any way we can do to promote that is what we want to promote. So I don't know the international scale, national scale. I know 10 years ago, some of us got our behinds handed to us for changing the name of the airport. Well, to this day, you can scream all you want about it. We still all call it ACV, but when you sort it on the internet, we're the only one that has California, redwoods, some of the most sought-after words on tourism in our name. Nobody else has California in their airport names. Nobody else has redwoods. So, I mean, and did you say we're double what we were?
Over double from spring of 2019.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that had a lot to do with it, but back then that's what they said because tourism from the Middle East, from the Pacific Rim was going to double in 20 years. And they want to see big trees. They want to see the ocean. So, I mean, we're going to have to reinvent ourselves, but we're all going to, it's like a whole bunch of cats in a bag. They're all going to drown unless they all synchronize their swimming. So we all need to swim the same way because we're 2.6 million acres of beauty up here. And to get those people here, we're only 135,000 people. So we need to be going in the same direction, advertising the same things. And after they get off the Bigfoot rafting, they want to go, boy, have you seen the trails out at the McKay track where you can walk amongst the old growth? Or have you gone to Ferndale and seen the most beautiful painted town that's been voted twice? We have a lot of stuff going on. So if we can get everybody on the same track, I don't know how we do that. I have not a clue. But we need to have people that know what they're doing. And usually that's the people that are in the business.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Sorry, I have a little bit of something in my throat there. I do want to talk to the idea of speaking to people in the business. And often we are I think we talk about the hoteliers as if that's the dominant sort of understanding in relation to tourism in Humboldt County. But I do believe that we have huge sectors that are also just as invested and have understanding for what tourism is and what it means. We have the restaurateurs, we have the tour guides, we have the short-term rental folks as well. We have the shops. We even have academia in terms of there's certainly a lot of parents and relatives that come here and their interests and what they do. There's certain big plugs of visitors, and then there's our just recreation industry separate from the tourism, and those folks selling and as Supervisor Bohn mentioned. Mountain biking and other water sports. You see just so many kayaks and those sorts of things on coming through our community, and it's changing. And I do appreciate sort of historical reference, but we're really talking about the future. We have to talk about what the direction is, not where we came from. Has some relevance, but really it's about the future. It's about the future of what people want to do. It's about the future about how people communicate and receive information, and how we direct that. Right now, it looks like it's pretty disjointed, right? We have 5 gateways. We have the HLA, the HCVB, and then the Southern Humboldt VB. So that's a lot of folks doing things, and oftentimes I find myself sort of on the opposite side of an opinion of Mr. Porter on many things. But I did actually, I was intrigued by his concept today, which was whatever happens, like maybe if we were to do option 2, just making sure that the gateways are funded and doing what they need to do, because they do have viewpoints that are specific and very geographically centered to their space. And I think it is relevant. I mean, and I think that's why Eureka pulled out. They just felt like they had enough of interesting and draw to their specific items that this is what they wanted to do. I don't think that was such a terrible decision. It certainly had an impact on HCVB, but the focus that's been created in that space for Eureka has definitely had an impact. I don't know. I do understand, and I believe everybody's perspective on how hard and effective Julie is in this sector and the work that she does. I don't think that's really the question here. The question is like, are these contracts viable? Do they work? How is it gonna? What do we do moving forward? I will say I felt it was a bit of hyperbole that defunding the HCVB would create a catastrophic collapse in tourism. I mean, we've seen a defunding of HCVB in the last few years, and we've seen tourism go up. So I want to, just the data doesn't necessarily connect to those things. That doesn't mean that more spending and funding in tourism will bring tourism up. I think it will do that. The question is how do we do that and where? I agree with Supervisor Madrone that this is a complicated situation. I'm not sure how we're going to come out of it today. I'm looking forward to a little bit more conversation, but I just wanted to get sort of my thoughts out on the table. I will continue to push back on the idea that the hoteliers tax themselves. They tax the people staying in the beds. They tax the tourism. They tax the tourists. They tax the workforce that uses hotels. And that actually pulls from what those folks might spend in other ways in our community. And so I feel like I just want to be a bit more democratic about about where these funds get pulled from and where they are spent, and whose voices do we rise to the top with relationship to that, or in relation to that, excuse me. So with that, those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So Supervisor Arroyo had asked about the conversation with the ad hoc and around the cities. And I personally have asked the cities in previous times whether, over the last 3 years, whether they would be interested in joining back or giving money. It's come up many times. It's not a conversation that isn't had. I do think what Supervisor Wilson just said about why Eureka pulled out and felt that they could do better for their own area is somewhat what the cities feel as well. And I also think that, assess the tourism assets that we have in Humboldt County, when you ask, say, Garberville, or you ask Arcata, or you ask Eureka or Fortuna, oftentimes it's different what people see as a tourism asset. And so we had discussion at this board previously with economic development about doing a tourism asset, really, something that we can pinpoint what is really our assets, because it has changed over time. And what used to be Palco, the biggest tour, is no longer here anymore. And so those things have fluctuated and changed over time. I don't think today's discussion is about whether Eureka Visitor Bureau, I know today's discussion is not whether Eureka Visitor Bureau has done a good job. It is about whether they've honored their contract, which is our responsibility as a board and as a county. And that same conversation is going to be happening with HLA. We've had those conversations with their board as well. And also whether they have the efficient money that they need to be successful. And so when Supervisor Arroyo asked, did the conversation go about bringing the cities in? No, because this discussion is really about, or the ad hoc's job was really to see, talk about the contract and to bring some options to the board. These options aren't set in stone. They can be, reevaluated by this board. However, I do think we need to say that if we're not going to hold people to contracts that are signed, then we need to rework those contracts. And that was a big discussion that has been happening throughout this organization. We have these contracts in place, and it's just okay that they don't honor, and I'm not referencing just to Eureka Visitor Bureau. In general, why do we have these contracts if we're not going to hold people accountable to their contracts? That was where the discussion and why this ad hoc was formed, to have that discussion. I do think the tourism asset is very important so that we can know what, we all don't know why certain people come here. As I said, it's so different from region. The Gateway and the DMOs are super important to Humboldt County. The communities outside of the cities are dependent on them, and they do fabulous jobs in Willow Creek and Garberville and the unincorporated areas. I do think, as everybody on this board has said, it is a long discussion. It is, it's not taken lightly, but I do want to kind of bring the conversation back to, if we're not going to honor, if they're not going to honor the contract, then let's rework that contract so that they are capable of doing that. I think that's super important that we, as an organization, hold people to that. And if it's not working, then it's adjustable. And let's do that. Let's sit down at the table with them and go over the contract and figure out why it's not working or why it's not achievable. And those are my thoughts for right now.
Great, thank you very much. And we've got Supervisor Arroyo with her hand up.
Thank you. I'm not as clear-headed as I would like to be today, but I realized I wasn't clear in my question to the ad hoc. It was actually about whether the ad hoc had considered a request for proposals for marketing services. The question about whether how to engage with the cities and other jurisdictions was kind of secondary, but so the options we've been presented with today were to fund, to provide more funding, or to set up a committee to have a marketing fund, so still continue to have the funds go to the gateway communities, but have a marketing committee set up. And there were a few entities listed as potential members, and I imagine that would be much broader if we were to go that route, and then to have a marketing fund with those remaining funds. So I'm curious if the ad hoc had at all discussed a third option of potentially making more marketing funds available, potentially through Measure J, or discussions with the HLA about those funding streams, some as well as the existing funds that are currently spent on marketing. If there had been any discussion about essentially finding a way to make that a larger pot of funds and to do a request for proposals, to see what entities would like to propose to offer marketing services. I wondered if that third option had been discussed and considered by the committee.
Supervisor
'Cause that's
Bushnell. Thank you.
My interest is.
So I would like to have staff weigh in on that as well, but from my perspective as the supervisor on the ad hoc and Supervisor Madrone's, we did speak to that and talk about what it would look like if with an RFP and added funds. The discussion, however, was more centered, the ad hoc was really formed around the Humboldt County Visitor Bureau, and that is in kind of going in a different direction. And so what we, as an, through Supervisor Madrone and myself, wanted clear in this discussion with our fellow board members is that a direction that we should go? And since it's only two of us with that discussion, we wanted the full board to weigh in on what they thought. A request for proposal and taking funds also includes what do we do with Eureka Visitor Bureau, because they do receive some of those funds. And so we didn't add that as an option, and these were just suggestions. But, it kind of has to go in steps, is what we felt in the ad hoc. And so I'd also like to have staff weigh in on that.
Right. I can add some clarification. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Oh, did you want to?
Yeah, I keep saying Eureka Visitor Bureau. I'm sorry, and I need to say Humboldt Visitor Bureau. I'm sorry.
Old habits, right? Supervisors, the tourism ad hoc recognized that there was still an abundance of work that would need to be done to identify what our assets, our tourism resources and assets are, what and how is the best way to fund and support the gateway communities, how we can engage with partners in the municipalities to work jointly together. Although I can say we do have an MOU for cross collaboration with the City of Eureka on marketing, but it doesn't entail any sharing of funding or joining of funding. And that was the intent of the advisory committee. So that part of option B, to form that advisory committee, a lot of the recommendations that I've seen, and I've been jotting notes here about perhaps issuing a regional request for proposals, or figuring out a way to maybe combine HLA and HCVB's efforts, or combine the efforts of the gateway communities, find ways to support or clarify the support to the gateway communities, getting everyone on the same track, doing a tourism asset inventory analysis, possibly reworking contracts. The intent was that that's what the Tourism Advisory Committee would do and then come back with more recommendations to your board. We weren't able to envision what all those potential outcomes or scenarios could have been, and so most of the recommendations were with regards to if you're going to expend funding, TOD dollars to do an inventory analysis, that's going to cost staff time. It might cost time if experts or consultants are worked with. And where is that funding going to come from? If your board defunds the contract with HCVB, it could use that funding for that purpose. Your board also has discretion to pull in other funding as well. However, I know that the county is currently facing a structural budget deficit, and the recommendation included that your board be very cautious about anything that might be an additional drain or tax on the general fund. And then I'll turn it over to Cody Rogitz, who also served on the ad hoc, who might have some additional thoughts there in response to Supervisor Arroyo's question.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Supervisor Arroyo and Bushnell, as well as the rest of the board. I just want to go back to the fact that the direction we were given as an ad hoc when it was formed last year, we're only talking about the first 3 steps in that here today. I've heard every board member speak to what do we do from here, what is this going to look like, and encouraging more community and expert involvement beyond just county staff. Those points moving forward, this is directly from the item that was passed in formulation of the ad hoc. Hereafter today, depending on the decision that's made, is to consider HLA and HCVB board makeup to include a board member, members of the public, and other staff, engage with other community partners and stakeholders who play a role in travel and tourism for insight and feedback. These are all the things that every board member is touching on. So I'd just like to remind the board that no matter what you decide today, that responsibility, unless we move away from the ad hoc here forward, which I think you can also decide, we still have IOUs to the entire board and further consideration moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I want to clarify something I said earlier. Mike, I'm fully aware that the hoteliers aren't taking the money out of their pocket. But just like us, everything we vote on is tax increases, all the way down to Measure Z, everything else. That's not our money. It's money that the people we serve. So what they chose to do in 2011 was charge themselves 2% more, and it may be more, but they offered to pay 2% of all their monies they collected to start a new agency that they could just control. Now, I'm not going to, and I'm not beating their drum, but I do know the little things that pop up. I think they gave $1.5 million to the Skywalk. And one of the agreements on the Skywalk, I remember them discussing, was if they gave it was running shy, if we gave the extra money, you had to make it 50 feet higher. And that was one of the things that came from the HLA. I don't know who's all been on the Skywalk, but that extra 50 feet is pretty cool. So, with that being said, and it's become a big draw. So I'm fully aware they're not paying out of their pocket. They're charging people just like we do for everything. But they wanted a little bit more control. In 2022, we raised our TOT 2%. We didn't raise they didn't raise theirs. We raised ours 2% to 12%. So we're on the Monterey's 10.5%. For some reason, we're talking about TOT. Do you check every one of your bills? We don't charge a resort fee anywhere, though. I notice they get that resort fee. So I do understand that they are not taking it out of their pocket, but they are taking it out of their pocket because they're collecting it for us and giving it to us and then using it for marketing. So I don't know if they're the best source. Julie, I think Julie's done a great job. I mean, we lost Tony, then we had Richard and Julie now, but you got to understand, we're asking Julie to row the boat across the lake, but we took one of her oars away from her. So she's having to do the same amount of work with half the amount of money, and but the conglomerate, it was taken away from her. So with that being said, I don't know where we go from here, but if we can't get through and get something together where all of us work together, we don't all compete for the money, we all kind of get a little bit of it, and then we all work together. I know if we put 15 people in a room, nothing's going to happen. I'm fully aware of that too. But it was mentioned earlier, the restaurant, bring the restaurateurs in, and everything else. At the end of the day, the hoteliers are going to know more about anything else, because I swear to God, I've never had a waiter ask me why I was eating there or where I came from. Don't ask me why. I guess I came in here to eat. So, I mean, as we go forward, I think having a full cross-section of people saying why people are coming here, what we can expand. I fully believe, and I agree, we should look where we're going forward. That's why I mentioned the mountain biking. It is exploding. And we have this opportunity called the McKay Track, where the Mountain Bike Association is out there working on trails, trying to get that together. That is a huge market. That's where we're headed. The kayaking in Humboldt Bay, the paddle boarding in Humboldt Bay. Yeah, that's where we're going. Is the mill tour over? Yeah, I mean, they don't do it anymore. But at one time, it was the hottest thing going because people like to see where their redwood come from. I go to a conference now, I introduce myself as being from Humboldt County, and I always get the little giggles, and then I follow it up with, we are the largest producers of redwood fencing in the world in Humboldt County, which we are. So putting everything in perspective, we have a lot of things going on here. I don't know if you can go to a fencing mill and watch it, but there is a lot of things to do up here. We've just got to figure out which one works. And when you're talking about it, I mean, Willow Creek, the confluence of the Trinity and Klamath and those rivers coming together up there, Denny. And somebody goes to Denny and then they go, whoa, it's pretty amazing. So we've got that. Southern Humboldt, go out to the Cove. The road's improved. You got the Cove and you drop over by the store and you see that. Pretty amazing. Drop into Ferndale, the same thing. Take the ride over where the Lost Coast used to go. The road's getting better, so we can do that. We have a lot to offer. We just got to figure out how the hell we're going to do it and how we're going to fund it. And without having to fight for the money, we should all just work to get the tourists here. And I don't know if that's possible or if we can.
So Supervisor Bushnell?
Well, I have a possible motion, but Supervisor Madrone, do you want to weigh in before that?
Yeah, I had a couple thoughts. Thank you for that. So I think no matter what, we've got more work to do. And I think we need to keep the ad hoc together and keep working together to bring forward some more concise recommendations. We've got some good ones here today, but I don't know that we're going to get all this resolved. A couple of things. I do think we need to reach back out to the cities formally and see if they want to participate directly. If not, should they be receiving the benefit of this? I'm not trying to be punitive or anything, but I mean, either we all cooperate together or people are all going on their own, and that's not working, I don't think. But each city has its own thoughts on that. I think we're going to need to reevaluate the gateways and where that money goes and how that works. I mean, we have a bunch of gateways to this community. Highway 101 from the south, southern Humboldt, Highway 101 from the north through Arroyo, Trinidad. Highway 36 comes into Fortuna. Is that not a gateway? Highway 299 comes into McKinleyville and Arcata. Arcata is currently a gateway, and a lot of that is a holdover from when they had the California Welcome Center, is what I've been told. I wasn't here when those decisions were made, but it no longer has the Welcome Center. Some have suggested that might fit really well up at the airport with a visitor center at the Vista Point Park that we're talking about. But whatever, the point is, yeah, who said that? Yes. That's a bonus question, extra points. Give me 5. Come on, give me 5. Really, surprise. Surprise. But I was talking with Mark Rowley, and he told me how the gateway money actually got divvied up 30 years ago, and it had to do with arguments that Southern Humboldt made about they had the majority of the TOT coming in. That's all changed, right? And now we have data on where the TOT money comes from, other than the short-term rentals, which will change, and I talked about that earlier. Currently, we don't really know where it comes from, but we will in the very near future. So I do think we need to revisit the gateway. Who is a gateway? And in some levels, I wish we could just support all of the chambers, because even though Ferndale is not considered a gateway, to get to Ferndale, you got to go through all the other communities to get there, right? So how do we figure out a plan to be inclusive with all of our communities, sharing the resources we have? I do think that's going to involve increasing the funding for these things. And yes, we've had tight budget situations, but later today we're going to have our first quarter report, which is actually far more promising than I think any of us could have predicted. That'll be later this afternoon. But doesn't mean we should suddenly start spending all the money. Right, we're going to have to stay very frugal, but do we need to spend some more money? I don't know. I wish I could just craft a motion that would satisfy all these things, but I don't have it either. Other than to say that I think we're going to need to come back. And one thing I think is very clear is that Humboldt County Visitors Bureau does need to become compliant with its contract, and I would like to see us work with them to see if we can do that. See if we can help them, because they did have significant reduced revenues. But if we can help them get compliant, that kind of changes that picture. If not, I think we're looking at a countywide RFP and or a committee, but we've heard a lot about how that committee needs to be inclusive and it needs to have experts on it. And as Rex said, a 15-member committee is not going to get things done either. I mean, so there are no easy answers here today for me at any rate. So I'm not quite sure how to go forward, but thank you for asking. So. Supervisor Bushnell.
I think Supervisor Bohn is dying to make one more comment.
Okay, Supervisor
Bohn.
Bohn.
No, I'm not dying. I don't die for anything.
And then
I'm too old to be thinking about that. But no, with that being said, I think the gateways are extremely important. I do. But at the end of the day, and this is where the Visitors and Convention Bureau or somebody has to take the place, we have to get the people to the gateway. We have to. So we don't want to have 3 or 4 gateways going, come 101 north, come 101 south, come 299, come 36. We can't wait to woo them when they hit the county. We've got to reach out. It's got to be farther riding, and I'm talking far, foreign tourists, everything else, much like they have done in the past, and going to these things and find a way And it seems to me, we used to go to all these conferences and everything else, and stuff like that. But, I mean, there are so many ways to get it almost seems like we need to hire 2 19-year-olds to get on, because I'm told the other day, somebody says, well, everybody's on Reddit now. I have no idea what the hell Reddit is. Didn't know what X was. It took me 4 years to figure out Facebook so I can tell people what I'm doing. And that's all I have. I don't have Reddit. I don't have Twitter. I don't have any of that. So, but that's the going thing now, because I understand Facebook's just for old fogies. So with that being said, there is a way to reach people, to get them to our gateway, and then we start impressing them at our gateway so they want to keep on coming, is what I think we're after. So I just, when we talk about this, there's still a whole bunch of people out there that need to know that Humboldt's this. And I go back to the HLA and their commercials of the magic and everything else. Those are very well done. And so.
Yeah, I think we need to craft some sort of a motion at this point. I just wanted to mention that the last gateway I forgot to mention, although I did mention Vista Point Park, is McKinleyville. I mean, with the airport, as Director Rogat said, doubled its seats, et cetera. McKinleyville is an emerging gateway community because it's the airport, and so that's a huge deal, and it doesn't get any share of the gateway funding either, and it's absolutely on the verge of exploding in terms of all kinds of types of things. At any rate, I want to bring it back to Supervisor Bushnell, who kindly waited for us to give our comments, and maybe she can craft something for us to consider.
Thank you. I mean, I do want to say one comment about the gateways. Traditionally, gateways have always been 101 South, 101 North, and 299 East. Right. And those have been the traditional gateways for a long time. I do want to try to make a motion that we fund the Humboldt County Visitor Bureau. Coming up, they receive their TOTs are funded twice a year to them, and so everyone will be receiving in January. So that we go ahead and fund this January, and that we reevaluate in May. And I know, Julie, this is going to be, I'm sorry, because this guy still set you guys on pins and needles, but that we reevaluate and come back to this board in May. And during that time, from now until May, and to know that it's still very, volatile on what this board may choose, that we talk with the other cities and get statements from them, whether they're willing, that we work with the ED and the president of the Humboldt County Visitor Bureau to look at their contract, that we engage and get community feedback from the gateway chambers and DMOs, whether in a written statement. I think a written statement would be the best. And that we talk about, in that ad hoc, provide strategies on our, Nikki, stop, I hear you. And I'm rethinking, sorry. That we, in that ad hoc, that we evaluate our tourism assets, and that we bring that discussion back to our board in May to once again reevaluate the Humboldt County Eureka Visitor Bureau with all of that information input. And I know that prolongs things, but I think it's necessary for a decision. That would be my motion unless staff thinks something else needs to be added. Scott?
Through the chair, we were just talking about ensuring that there's plenty of resources and capacity for staff.
I was gonna, so I wanted to get a second and then have, or not get a second, but have some discussion around that, and I know
Perfect.
that staff is.
Is there a second to the motion? I will second the motion.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, if I can finish, if that would be okay. So then my question goes to the resources of what that would look like in that short amount of time. And also I need to bring up that we also still have HLA on that ad hoc And so that would push that discussion out a little bit to finish this discussion. And maybe I can lean on the CAO or Director Adair whether this is doable.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. It may be worth, because the two are somewhat intrinsically connected, to bring back the HLA recommendations also at the same time when we come back with that report. Sounds like what you're suggesting is coming back with a more comprehensive report with some recommendations from the ad hoc on an evaluation around tourism assets, an evaluation around HCVB and also the gateway communities, and getting more feedback. So I'm not sure if...
Not evaluation around the gateways, just comment from them.
Just comment.
Just written comment from them to have that engagement. And then actually to sit down, and this ad hoc would have to be willing, so that would be Supervisor Madrone. But to talk about the deficiencies in the contract language and how that can improve, or whether it's feasible to improve that.
So not an evaluation of
No,
the gateways,
no.
just...
Not yet.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's too heavy of a lift.
So if I might summarize, number one, fund the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and Gateways again in January for the first half of the year.
The gateways aren't up for discussion on funding.
No, I know, but the funding each 6 months comes to HCV for their work plus the gateways.
Okay.
It's just, what I heard was continuing the
Okay.
funding.
Yep.
For the first half of the year. Second was to reach out to the cities and see if they want to change their participation or not. Third was work with HCVB to see if we can get them into contract compliance. Fourth was to talk with the gateways and DMOs about their recommendations. And fifth was the ad hoc continues to meet and reevaluates all this and comes back in May. And one recommendation from staff was they could bring the HAL discussion recommendations back in May as well, but that wasn't in your motion.
The HLA, I just don't know if that's too much of a lift right now, where we're trying to be diligent with this and make sure that we're giving our time with this. I think it's too much. And I would recommend, and it's not part of the motion, and I don't think that it needs to be, that we concentrate on this, finish this portion, and then could move on to the HLA discussion. Okay. It took us a long time to get here, honestly, over a year. And so I really think that we owe everyone a little more time to get those answers and to do a little bit of a deeper dive and to bring that back in May. June would be the next time that funding would happen. It's done biannually.
So if we meet in May.
So that would give us, I think enough time to have those discussions, talk about the contract with them in the room, and then bring that back to the board so that everything that was stated today, we fully evaluated.
Through the chair, you could also simply amend the motion to say, and other recommendations. And then if the ad hoc does have a revelation or something that it wants to share, it could bring it at that time.
That'd be agreeable to me as a second. Is that okay with you? If it fits within the staff.
If it fits within what you're, it gives you a little bit more flexibility.
I worry about us getting derailed, and I think we need to really concentrate on this portion of it and then move along. I really do, and I think that the Eureka Visitor Bureau, this is going to set them on pins and needles again, and so I think that, no, it's not okay, actually.
HCCVB. So we want to keep focused on...
Eureka again, I'm so sorry. Humboldt Visitor Bureau.
We want to stay focused on the items at hand, and then in May we can talk more about HLA and other recommendations that might come forward at that time.
We waited a long. They waited a long time. It was over a year, and so I think if we could just concentrate on this and get through this, then we can move along to the next item.
I've got Supervisor Arroyo with her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple things about what we're voting on. So, the recommendation to come back in May, the current contract we have in place is through June. So that wouldn't give us a lot of time to evaluate the information that comes back, but that's that would be, you know, before the end of the contract. But I'm wondering if there's any thoughts around that from the committee or from staff. And then just looking at the motion that was made to set up the ad hoc, I guess a lot of what we're talking about here right now was the purpose of the ad hoc. And so I agree a little more time would be beneficial, and we're clearly not ready to make any decisions today. But it is similar to the scope that we talked about at when we first set up the ad hoc. So anyway, I think it's there was a, you know, review the contracts for both HLA and HCVB. It'd be great if those came back together, so it's not just about the Convention and Visitors Bureau. It's about both of those. I agree that those coming back together would be really helpful if that's possible. And then there was a discussion about broadening the board makeup to just include more members of the public and be broader, and that isn't part of our discussion here today, but I don't want that to get lost in the fray, because I think it's important. We've received a lot of community feedback about there needing to be, even though it's difficult, you know, more input. So I hear us both talking about having more cooks in the kitchen and fewer cooks in the kitchen. I realize that's always a challenge, but that was part of the original scope of the ad hoc around engagement. So anyway, I appreciate the motion. I feel like it's going in the direction of what we talked about, you know, earlier. And I just want to understand whether the timing of coming back in May will allow us enough time to have useful data or next steps for our decision. I'm also okay with, you know, taking our time to make a good decision and considering shorter term contract extensions if that helps to accomplish that goal. And I'm in no way saying that in my advocacy for requests for proposals that I'm no way saying that the Convention and Visitors Bureau or the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau shouldn't be a proposer. So if we were to go to that, I think, you know, in many ways the Visitors Bureau would be in a great position to put together a fantastic proposal. I just would like to really evaluate what's out there and what services are available in the community, which is why I kept pressing for that. So it's in no way saying that I don't want to see the Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm sorry, I'm using the old name. I think we're all struggling with this today. The Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. I'm in no way saying that you know, I don't want to see continued collaboration or work with them. And I really appreciate everything that you do with a fairly limited budget. And you know, I think we are in a position to really provide better feedback, and we need to be doing that. And so, by and large, I appreciate the motion. I'm just worried about the timing. Any thoughts on that?
So if I could answer that, I don't believe that the contract would expire in May or June, or it wouldn't expire in June. But the funding base, I think that this board could, you know, it's just like a deadline before the next amount of TOTs go out, and direction could come. My thought was direction could come from this board at that time. I don't anticipate that this board would say, oh, you're done next month if we go that way. That's not kind in any way, but it would give us it would give staff enough time to do the work, because I'm worried about the heavy load. And also I understand the conversation around the HLA contract, but I really feel they are separate, and that we should finish this portion before we move on into the HLA. That's why I didn't make the motion to review the contracts together. And those are my thoughts around that, but staff can probably add.
Okay, and I've got Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I do want to align myself with the comments of Supervisor Arroyo and appreciate actually the motion as it is currently. As I've said many times, I think that tourism not just has benefits from an economic perspective, it also has some costs, and we need to be cognizant of that, and not Housing's one of them, but there are public safety issues and all these other things that need to get paid for within the benefits that we're hoping to bring in. I also want to emphasize that communities that are healthy and happy are generally your best draw. Tourisms want authentic experiences where, and so a lot of the things we talk about, we use ourselves. A lot of the recreational benefits, the arts benefits, all those things that make a great tourist experience are important, and the investments in those are always important. And I do want to keep going. I want to go back. I actually do get comments from our workforce about what they think tourists are into and what their experiences are in those conversations. And that's why I will continue to push for a diversity within the input in these processes. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, back to Director Adair, and then we're going to go ahead and bring it back for consideration. CIO.
Just for the board's knowledge, the current agreement with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau expires June 30th, 2024.
Okay. Time.
Also, if I understand, if I may frame it this way, it sounds like what we're doing is amending the scope of work of the Travel, Tourism, and Ad Hoc Committee for these additional items as laid out by Supervisor Bushnell. If that's the case, would the board just please clarify if the Tourism Ad Hoc Committee composition is going to remain the same, consist of the same individuals, and is the rest of the work that was originally given to the Ad Hoc Committee still in place?
Can I ask the council, are we okay to discuss the ad hoc makeup? Scott?
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry, or Tom. I don't care which one.
Oh.
Sorry, Tom.
The makeup was in...
One of the things I heard was perhaps keep it the same, but to invite HCVB and in particular to come and discuss these issues with the ad hoc. And then eventually HAL as well when we get to that place. Correct.
Are you asking about the actual makeup of the ad hoc?
Yes.
I wasn't. Scott Adair was, and I didn't. In my motion, I didn't address that. That the ad hoc is still working because we hadn't finished that work, and so my motion included the current ad hoc members. I don't know if I need to change that.
No, I don't believe you do. I think he's asking for clarification as to whether or not you wanted to change the ad hoc members and whether or not you wanted to make any additional changes to the purpose of the ad hoc.
No, I made the motion. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, I agree. We'll just keep it the same as it is. But there was a comment about reaching out to HCVB to have a discussion with the ad hoc. So it doesn't need to be in the motion. I think that's just something we want to do.
We're furiously writing notes and want to make sure we get it down correctly.
It's been a 2.5 hour conversation, so
it's
definitely one of those deep subjects, right? So, okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and Supervisor Bohn, final question.
And I'm reading this. What does the whole breakdown of I'm looking at this 23 to Garberville and everything else. What does the general fund get out of the TOT?
Most of it.
Well, all of it. It's a general fund tax. So those are discretionary dollars for your board to allocate. As you may recall, you have allocated a portion of that out to housing, sheriff services, and arts. That's the growth that we were expected
that's
through
the part
measured.
Supervisor Wilson was talking about, that we have so many costs, police, roads, everything else, that covers hopefully some of that, right?
Correct. Yeah. These dollars go into your board's overall general fund budget and are used to help balance that.
I got confused.
Budget.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's go
I
ahead
will add that there is no staff funding specifically for this. So our staff time, we're just billing to our fund balance.
Understood. Thank you. And a lot of this work's been done, but we're going to continue the conversation and hone it in. So, okay.
Yeah, I would also like to just say, from a resource perspective, one of the more complicated components of the motion, I think, might be assessing our tourism assets. So that may be something that we want to seek some outside perspective on that to help us gather that data.
And is that something that the ad hoc could discuss, say, in their first meeting and bring back to this board?
Absolutely.
Because we're already way into this conversation.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson, final comments, and we're going to go to a vote.
Yeah, my final comment is just I just want to thank the committee for doing the work, the staff working with the committee, everybody working in this industry, and all the gateways and all the Visitors Bureau folks, and especially the folks that are having this hard conversation with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, because I do know with limited resources, there's a ton of hard work that's been done, and I want to show gratitude in relation to that. So thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Okay, with that, let's do a roll call, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes, and I do have one more comment at the end. I'm sorry if I could, Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, you can.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Nikki. Supervisor Arroyo, final comment?
Thank you. I know a lot of this conversation has been centered around how the current resources for marketing are limited, but I would just say I would like to give some feedback, and I think I'll do that to staff, but I'd encourage, since I'm not on this ad hoc, I am just thinking through the best way to provide that input. I'm planning to give it to staff, but I wanted to also, about short-term input, and so I just wanted to say that so that if anyone else wanted to also be providing feedback about some of the things that they're noticing or think are low-hanging fruit, they could do that. But I wanted to thank Supervisor Bushnell for putting together, some path forward. So thank you.
Okay, great. So we've wrapped that item up. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, board. Thank you.
Very detailed and important discussion. So we have a time set that we've moved out 1 hour and 15 minutes. And before we go to that, I just want to give everybody a sense of how the rest of the day is going to go. We're going to, please keep quiet for a second, folks. We're going to go ahead and read in the closed session item, and then we're going to go into closed session. And then the board is going to take a break so we can get a little food and a little break time in. So as far as the closed session item, I'm assuming it might be a half hour or so. Any idea?
Sounds
maybe a little longer.
right.
About right. So if we look at the clock here, we're going to go in there. We're going to take a 5-minute break just for bathrooms, and then we'll be done by 1:30 with the closed session, theoretically, and we'll take till 2 o'clock. So we'll be back here approximately 2 o'clock to pick our last 2 items up on the agenda, which is our first quarter budget report and the climate action plan item. Okay, so let's read into the record CAO Hayes, the closed session item, and then we'll take public comment on that.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E3 in order to discuss exposure to litigation in one potential case regarding the claim for damages submitted by Cindy Day Wilson.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm looking at our Zoom. I do not have any hands up in Zoom, so I'm going to go to those here in the audience today for comment on our closed session item, which is only one. Welcome.
Kent Sawatsky, non-Esquire speaking, autistic savant psychic. You got some terrible legal advice. I don't know which firm gave it to you. I don't think it was your staff. I think you probably would have grounds to sue them and get your costs back on this one. The county seems to have an attitude on litigation that I think you have a $50,000 deductible. I think Blue Lake has $5,000. But that's not the end of these things. These large claims that can go against you, your rates go up. And I don't know if you've ever had an assessment regarding your rates and how these affect that, so you understand these decisions are important. I read over the what was on there, your staff report and all the things there. There's a group that's, there's a TV show, I think it's called Storage Wars. At the end of each auction, they go, or the end of each show, and go pay the lady. I recommend you go pay the lady. You're getting off for 10 cents on the dollar on this one. I think it's $300,000, which is nothing. If this goes to federal court, which I will, and she most likely will prevail, you most likely will have punitive damages because of what you did there with terrible legal advice. And you could be paying out, or the claim could be paying out $2 or $3 million easily. I would buy out of this one. Now, here's what you've done to her. People like myself would say, do I want to be a client of hers? Well, to sue the county? And the answer is no, because you sued her, and now her current client had to go find outside counsel. So not only do you have the repercussions of this, I can't recommend to anybody her as a client to come to sue the county because of the action you've taken. So her losses could easily, and be at court, based upon what I'm telling you here, be demonstrated not to be $300,000 but $3 million. As far as a lifetime thing that you've done to this person. You made a big mistake here, fix it. Like I say, highly recommend you take your 30 minutes and come out of there and report. We've decided to go ahead and pay the lady. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. Anybody else with comments today? Okay, seeing none, we are in recess till approximately 2 o'clock. Welcome back from our recess for the Board of Supervisors on December 19th. And if we could have a report out on our closed session.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. There is no reportable action on closed session today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And we have 2 more items on our agenda. The first one is item I2, and that is our first quarter fiscal year 2023-24 budget update. And we have Deputy CAO Jessica Maciel.
Good afternoon, Chair Madrone, members of the board. As Chair Madrone said, I'm Jessica Maciel, Deputy County Administrative Officer. Today, I am before your board to present the first quarter budget report, which covers a review of fiscal year 2022-23 estimated ending fund balances, an update on the first quarter fiscal year 23-24 budget cost savings measures implemented by your board, fiscal year 23-24 budget adjustment recommendations, and an initial projection of the budget outlook for fiscal year 24-25. And I have a presentation for you. Nikki, do you mind bringing that up? Thank you. All right, we will start with a review of the general fund. But before we get started, the Auditor Controller's Office has put a tremendous amount of work in order for us to be able to present these estimates today. That said, they are still in the process of closing of the fiscal year 21-22 audit and closing fiscal year 22-23. So while we believe these numbers are reliable, there are still transactions that may be posted that will impact fund balance. So starting off, at the time of the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget, the year-end fund balance for fiscal year 21-22 was projected to be $40 million. The fiscal year 21-22 fund balance has since been updated and ended at $43.1 million, $3.1 million higher than we anticipated. In addition, the use of fund balance in fiscal year 22-23 is estimated to be $6.2 million, which is $8.8 million less than we anticipated at the time of the proposed budget. Given this, the estimated fiscal year 22-23 ending fund balance is $36.9 million. In addition to the increase in fund balance in 21-22, this positive financial performance can be attributed to the return of contingencies allocated by your board to fund balance, Measure Z expenditure savings, and efforts by departments to contain spending. The balance does include Measure Z funds in the amount of $7.9 million, which I'll elaborate on in a bit. So in more detail, the estimate of the $36.9 million in general fund, $73,412 is requested to be carried forward of just regular general fund before your board today, and then 7.9 million is attributed to Measure Z. 2.2 million of the Measure Z funds are for carry forward requested of your board. Most of it is requested of your board today. $88,539 for the Yurok tribe and $1.9 million for the Humboldt fire chiefs. There's also an amount for the public defender, which was anticipated at the time of the 23-24 budget, so there's not a budget adjustment today. That was already included. The remaining Measure Z balance of $5.7 million is a result of $2.8 million in county expenditure savings, and $200,000 of the previously reported $3 million at the last meeting was carried forward for the public defender. So there's also $237,000 in unspent outside agency funds. So it still is approximately $3 million in savings. And an additional $2.4 million due to an accounting adjustment as a result of the completion of the fiscal year 1920 and 2021 financial statement audits that resulted in accrual of July and August sales tax payments. So these are not additional funds, rather they are funds that are in available balance sooner than they were previously, resulting in additional fund balance. So with these considerations, that leaves $28.9 million of general fund balance to fund fiscal year 23-24 and future fiscal years. So we'll quickly run through a review of our other funds. The Health and Human Services funds had a combined total fund balance of negative $123,266, which is an improvement of $5.2 million over the prior year. DHHS has traditionally struggled with timely reimbursements for behavioral health services due to lengthy cost settlement process. However, this negative combined fund balance is primarily due to the Social Services Administration Fund, which has been on the decline and currently presents a negative fund balance of $16.2 million at the end of fiscal year 22-23. Social services claiming of federal and state funding sources were negatively impacted by the delays in posting over the last few years. So given this, they anticipate $28.3 million of outstanding receivables, which once received will resolve their negative fund balance. The next is the Economic Development Fund, which is currently at $722,812, a decrease in $3.1 million over the prior year. And this is primarily due to Project Trellis equity funds. They've used up the carry forward funds, so. And next is the Library Fund, which for 22-23 was at $1.2 million, a decrease of $321,840 over the prior year. The Roads Fund landed at negative $8.4 million, a decrease of $3 million. As a reminder, your board elected to move forward with placing a road sales tax initiative on the ballot in November as a move towards being able to fund necessary road maintenance projects. The Aviation Fund is sitting at a $3.4 million cash balance. And we use cash in their case because they have a substantial number of fixed assets, which is an increase of $2.5 million over the prior year. And finally, the internal service funds, which these are funds that provide services to other county departments, had a total fund balance of $35.8 million, an increase of $7.1 million over the prior year. Most of this increase is due to increases in workers' comp and liability funds, which ended 21-22 with negative fund balances, so this is a return to the positive for those. All right. So with the adoption of the 23-24 budget on June 27th, there was an $18.4 million budgeted deficit. Your board directed cost-saving measures, including a voluntary separation incentive program, voluntary furloughs, a hiring freeze for the general fund, and directed staff to explore a mandatory furlough program as a measure to prevent layoffs. The VSIP program has had 17 county employees receive a total of $289,000 across 5 county departments. The estimated savings in 23-24 is $1.1 million, of which $680,232 is general fund. I will note that these savings could be less due to if departments backfilled with extra help or if an employee had a large payout. These don't account for that. And then more importantly, in fiscal year 24-25, as these positions are required to be held vacant, whatever positions they designated were required to be held vacant for 2 years, it's estimated that the savings will be $1.9 million, of which $1.1 million is to the general fund. The voluntary furlough program has had 21 participants submit their paperwork to the CAO's office. It's estimated that the savings from these furloughs will be a little over $92,000, of which $56,896 is general fund. In addition, your board approved a county closure on July 3rd, in which 68 employees participated, and the estimated savings for that day was $32,961, of which $24,639 was general fund. Next, the hiring freeze. There were a number of departments which were able to budget within their general fund allocation in the 23-24 budget by electing to hold positions vacant or reducing costs elsewhere. We present this recommendation to lift the hiring freeze for those departments with caution, as it is not clear that there is sufficient fund balance for fiscal year 24-25. For that reason, it is recommended that the hiring freeze remain in place for departments that were not able to budget within their allocation and therefore requested additional general fund. And this will help to make progress on our structural budget deficit. Finally, during the proposed budget, your board hesitantly directed staff to explore mandatory furlough as a final option to avoid layoffs. While we are not out of the woods and there is still work to be done in resolving the budget deficits, it is not anticipated that layoffs will be a necessary action in 24-25. So we recommend your board consider taking mandatory furlough off the table to avoid staff working on a program that more than likely will be unnecessary in the coming budget year. And the focus should be on long-term cost-saving solutions rather than short-term. All right, so this is where we land currently. After we remove the Measure Z available balance and the carry forward for Measure Z and the general fund, that leaves $28.9 million for 23-24. If the entire $18.4 million of budget deficit is utilized, including the savings from VSIP and voluntary furlough, that would leave $11.2 million for 24-25. We anticipate that there will be additional cost savings in 23-24, such that the 18.4 won't be necessary, but we won't know until mid-year where we're looking for that. So as we move forward into the mid-year process, which we kicked off a couple of weeks ago with training departments on Sherpa budget software, it is more critical than ever that departments are realistic when submitting their projected year-end estimates to our office. We will be carefully reviewing submissions to ensure we receive representative data in order to provide recommendations to your board in February for the fiscal year 24-25 budget development. And while these fund balances are an improvement from what was anticipated, it's critical that we proceed with caution, as fund balance is one-time funds and it does not resolve the structural budget deficit. It is important that we work to prioritize long-term cost-saving strategies to produce a balanced budget. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, any questions from board members? Supervisor Bohn.
I can't find the email now. I got it, and I brought it up to Alicia the other day. And I'll bring it, but I got an email I asked for something from Public Works about deliverables, just not how much money you need. I asked for $875,000 worth of deliverables, things he could do and he gave it to me, and I couldn't go find it now. I couldn't find it on my computer, but it was $875,000 from roads, and it was, I think all 5 of our districts were pretty well represented, and it was deliverables that we could say, hey, did you get this done for that? And since we always say we're going to give extra money to roads and then we don't, and then we're going to tax our people, which is fine for roads, would we be interested in looking at something like that? Since we have that and something we can give him a deliverable, not just here's $875,000 to go hire some, buy another piece of equipment or mow the road. These are things that are actually going to be done. We can go touch and see, and he's going to commit to.
Yeah, I certainly would support that. I was actually going to suggest $2 million out of the Measure Z money for roads because it's just not gotten much. But at any rate, see what other folks think here, and then we'll come back to Jessica.
I'm interested in relation to the increase for public works related to roads infrastructure. I just was going to get clarification on what Supervisor Bohn was saying. Were you saying it would be sort of project related or related to just very specific deliverables? Is that what you're getting at?
It was deliverables, $875,000. Okay. Not that I'm going to go out and fix potholes. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to fix this road. I believe there was something on Neeland. I believe there was something in McKinleyville.
Yeah.
I believe there was something in Redway.
I hear you.
I asked him and Steve Finch to put together something that would be equivalent to $875,000.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's would be in line with what I would be thinking as well. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. And CAO Hayes.
Just to tag on to Supervisor Bohn's comment, we aren't asking for any direction on Measure Z today, but we do plan to come back on January 23rd so that your board can have a robust discussion on that fund balance that is available in Measure Z to make additional decisions.
And just clarification, I didn't give him any direction or anything else. I just says, don't come in and just ask for money and then go spend money. Give me deliverables that you're going to do, and I'll give you guys the list. Put it in your mail. Can I do that?
Send it to the clerk.
I'll send it to it. I'll get Alicia. You can hand it out to everybody.
That sounds great. I like that approach a lot, and we want to honor the Measure Z committee too. I know there was a recent meeting, and they very much want to be engaged as we appointed them to give us recommendations for how we might do this. So I would assume those things will dovetail at some point or another. Because also fire didn't get much last year, and ambulance got cut. So there's a couple little considerations there. If there is this balance in Z, we don't want to spend it all. I really like what you've said about long-term spending plans, being frugal. Thank goodness we're in this position, but let's not just suddenly go out and spend it all. So that sounds good. Also on the aviation account, boy, significant balance there that wasn't really realized. We recently just approved the fuel truck to come out of the general fund, and I'm just thinking, could it come out of that balance? No? I mean,
I do believe the vast majority of the funds sitting in the aviation balance is CARES Act and COVID money specifically, so
it can't go to a fuel truck. Okay.
No.
It was general fund. Yeah?
Yeah, and
the fuel truck was general fund, right? Allocation? The most recent thing we approved?
$349,000.
Yeah.
And those funds are going to, we're also now financing with those funds we haven't paid for, but we're doing the final engineering and getting ready to pour the concrete on the fuel and car dock facility at Murray Field.
Right.
That is moving forward. And then there is another 2 projects that he is funding right now. So
that might be nice to have just a quick update from Cody at some point, maybe on the 23rd or wherever is appropriate, about how this new discovered balance is proposed to be utilized. That would be a good thing, I would think, but that's just me. I'm just one. Okay, other comments from the board? Yeah, Alicia, you have other comments?
Yeah, I was just pulling up their aviation's item. That is coming out of aviation's fund balance, but there's some shifting that has to take place with some infrastructure projects, and aviation is able to utilize some of the finance plan for that. But either way, all of those expenditures would be a reimbursement directly through aviation.
Great, okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Bushnell? No? Okay. And Natalie, did you have any comments? Supervisor Arroyo, excuse me?
Sure. I just wondered what the communication has looked like around, labor representatives and folks with respect to the mandatory furloughs and being off the table. Has that communication happened already, or will it happen after this meeting?
We have not had any, we had not gotten to a point to have communication with them about developing the mandatory furlough program, and we're waiting for your board's direction on whether to keep that on the table or to take that off at this point, so.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
thank you. I would say let's take it off the table and notify the folks who, are representing our employees and communicating with them regularly.
CAO Hayes?
I was just going to say, obviously the unions have heard the conversations that have been taking place here. While we haven't gone to meet and confer with them over this specific topic, I do believe HR has received some feedback from them, and particularly coming to mind is the AFSCME bargaining unit, and I think that they would be appreciative of this motion to take that off. I don't believe that furlough was something that was incredibly palatable for them as well.
Okay, so just to review what's in front of us here is recommendations from staff. First was to receive and review the report, which we are doing. Next was ratify the updated voluntary separation incentive program for 23-24. Next was approve the list of budget adjustments shown in attachment 2, which you shared with us, I believe, and authorize CAO and staff to make any technical corrections to effectuate this decision, and then approve terminating the hiring freeze for all departments that did not receive an additional request for general fund appropriations, and terminate the authority of the county administrative officer and director of human services to authorize exceptions to the hiring freeze, and direct departments that did not receive ARGFA to bring requests for exception before your board. Last couple more items, direct staff to discontinue exploring the mandatory furlough, and then provide additional direction to the staff as appropriate. And I believe that's other than signing an executed copy, et cetera. Sound good? So those are the recommendations for us in regards to a possible motion here. But first, we're going to go to public comment. So anything else from the board? Okay, we have one hand up in the Zoom, and that is 0116, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Ash Teeter here, lostcoastpopulist.com. I just have, had one thought. It's a recommendation. We're all aware of the, the homeless pandemic, as they call it, across the state and here locally. So with this coming year's budget, I think it might be an opportunity to be proactive rather than reactive with how much money is spent on doing cleanup and law enforcement stuff, and just maybe think about just doing like a 1% or some kind of fraction across all departments and direct it towards creating, at least just one, camping facility that has, trash service, restrooms, and a regular law enforcement like patrol presence, so people feel safe camping there. And don't just litter everywhere, that the trash is actually picked up. And then, keep track if it, give it a shot maybe, and keep track if it actually saves money, in other places where departments are spending money on cleanup and law enforcement. If you don't try, you'll never know. But I just say that, the state's not going to come in and fix anything unless we have a communist dictator coming to visit the county, or at least that's how it seems, with the visit to San Francisco and all. So just keep that in mind. Maybe, slash just a small percent everywhere, and give something a try to, give some kind of show. Steel buildings, might not be heated, but you get to put up a roof that people could camp under during these cold, wet, rainy winter months. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, the timeline that was presented, right now we have our first quarter report, and then in February we would have our second quarter report, and then in April we start our budget well, we're well into it at your end for certain, but as the board, I think it's March, April, we start reviewing the budget proposals, and these kinds of ideas, Ash, will definitely be in consideration as we delve into that down the road here. Any other response to that? Okay. All right, and that's it in the Zoom, so those here today in the audience, welcome. On our budget report.
Hello, Council, Frederick Breckenridge. It's all right to comment on certain portions like the library part of the budget.
Certainly.
And exciting, I was able to take on a docent position at the Humboldt County Library, and we get to extend the days of the hours of the Humboldt room specifically. So I'm getting back to College of the Redwoods for political science this semester, and I got an opportunity this year to go scuba Steve on researching community resources. And those community resources, the original ones were churches and libraries. And it somewhat takes me a little bit of a loss for our community when we see a shortage in the library budget itself. When, I'm not sure if people are familiar with Alexander von Humboldt's brother Wilhelm von Humboldt, for which Humboldtian education is brought from. And recent articles and Imperial Light Reviews out of Stockholm, Humboldt versus neoliberalism, and the Humboldt style of education was a more liberal form of education than what was at its time, and that's what our university system was built upon. And that was a lot of that. The original Humboldt University is in Berlin, and a lot of his works are there in the library of Berlin Library, and through the interlibrary exchanges and that sort of thing, we can kind of build on what we have to offer as far as where the name Humboldt comes from and what it really means to the community. And I think maybe to revisit how we're getting the resources out there. They're coming through mental health programs, they're coming through the hospitals, and by the time they do get down to the people that need them, it's a cloth bag with some toothpaste and toiletries, a couple bus tickets, and a same list of resources you got at the one before. So looking into the original resources, celebrated Feast of the Holidays at the churches and the libraries where people should be going for resources. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome.
Although our budget here seems to be in good shape, I think Supervisor Bohn had a saying, even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while or something. Well, I think we should assume that blind squirrel position because he values that nut when he finds it, and he doesn't waste it. He takes it and he puts it away and saves it for when he'll need it. Again, whatever you can put away for the future, I'm not optimistic on both the national front or the state front with a $69 billion deficit of 22.5% of their $600 billion budget. We're talking billions here, aren't we, the state? I don't think you're going to get much kick down from the state as far as any kind of help. I think you're going to see grant land drying up. I think politics can be a really detrimental thing. I see on the national politics, I call it a potential bump and dump, where it's an election season, so one party wants to make everything look a lot better. That's not necessarily what it is. They prop it up And then no matter what, even if they lose, which I think they anticipate losing, then they're dumping it on the other party with a really negative budget thing. I've seen this happen so many times when the outlook is perceived to be, well, we're just going to go make ourselves look good right now, and then we're going to make the next group look bad. Unfortunately, the federal government is not doing its job. It's still printing money like there's no tomorrow. We see inflation, quote unquote, not going up. On the other hand, we see gigantic union contracts and the cost of everything potentially going to spiral even faster as soon as we get into the dump phase. So look forward to you saving as much as you can for the future. And I have no problem with alleviating, so Drew Redden and his crew aren't feeling like they're going to get mandatory layoffs. That's not a good thing for anybody to have over their head, especially during this time of year. Strongly support removing that since it doesn't appear to be necessary. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for consideration of motion, perhaps.
I will move all the recommendations as delineated in your statement before. So,
Staff report, staff
report.
recommendations,
Yeah.
great, okay. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Great, thank you Supervisor Arroyo, and a motion by Supervisor Wilson. Any further discussion?
I just
Supervisor
want
Wilson.
I want to acknowledge that Supervisor Bohn has mentioned that he has some ideas around some Measure Z and Public Works, and I'm hoping that that those are forwarded to staff and that some consideration comes back at the next budget time. Thanks.
Great, okay. So we have motion and second. Any other discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote then.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
And Chair Madrone.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
great. I look forward to further discussions, and thank you very much for your report. Okay, we got one item left on our agenda, and that is item 3, direction on formation of a Board of Supervisors ad hoc for preparation of the Climate Action Plan and formation of a Climate Advisory Committee relative to the preparation and implementation of the Climate Action Plan. And do we have a presentation on this? That's right,
Chair
Director
Madrone,
Ford. There you are.
I'm on Zoom.
Great.
Good afternoon, Chair Madrone, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford with Planning and Building, to present 2 possible options for creation of committees. One for an ad hoc relative to the CAP, the other for a climate advisory committee. I apologize, I can't be there in person today. I'm sick, and frankly, nobody wants to share what I have. So I'm not there. So for just a bit of brief background, the Climate Action Plan has been prepared as a regional document that has the participation of all the cities in the county, and it has included the Redwood Coast Energy Authority as a strong partner. This has become a cohesive working group, and the individual jurisdictions each have senior staff supporting this effort and the progress on the CAP. As was discussed about a month ago, the CAP has not progressed as well as expected, and we've taken steps to correct that. One of these is to hire a consultant to work at modifying the existing document to achieve the status of a qualified CAP. The request for a climate advisory committee dates back to August 27th of 2019, when the board asked staff to come back with recommendations on the formation of such a committee. At that time, the staff level working group was working at getting together to figure out how to basically conduct and prepare a regional document. And there was also discussion at that time about having regional coordination for implementation of the document. So we wanted to let those conversations mature a little bit before presenting options for the board. And unfortunately, shortly after that, we lost the lead staff person who was working on the CAP. COVID happened, and this proposal was never brought back. At this point, the county has been working diligently with the city staff, and there is a good working relationship there, and that really does serve as the stakeholder group that the county utilizes to get feedback and get information. And really it's more than feedback, because we view the county-city relationship as a partnership. So at this point, it would be hard to add another advisory committee into the mix. We would recommend not creating a climate advisory committee for the preparation of the CAP due to the fact that there is a stakeholder group consisting of the staff from the various agencies. And part of the effort to move the CAP forward is having hired a consultant really to do the heavy lifting and make recommendations to achieve a qualified CAP. Committees can be very valuable in scoping issues, but at this point, the issues have been pretty well identified, and a committee would be redundant right now. So we're not recommending that the Climate Action Committee be formed at this time. It may be of value for implementation of the CAP. There is still ongoing discussion about creating a position within county staff to oversee that. That may be a benefit to have a working group to help inform that position and support that position. In terms of the formation of the ad hoc for preparation of the CAP, this came up when we brought the request in front of the board to modify the draft CAP that had been, I'm hesitant to say approved, but kind of adopted as the project description for preparation of the IR. We'd asked for permission to move away from that and to pursue a qualified CAP and hire a consultant to do that. We are working on that. As mentioned at that meeting, we are committed to providing regular updates to the board on the progress of the CAP and the work on that. And as of today, the contract is in place with the consultant. They are moving ahead. We're getting the information we need from the cities related to PG&E, and we're going to be bringing a proposal forward after the first of the year to fund the EIR work. So we are moving forward as fast as we can with that. It's certainly the prerogative of the board to form an ad hoc to oversee the work of county staff on that. So it's recommended that the board take no action to form the Climate Action Committee associated with CAP, but it's completely the board's discretion in terms of the ad hoc. Both of them are the board's discretion. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Director Ford. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Bohn.
So, John, back in 2019, August, when we created the Climate Action Plan Committee, they just never met?
Well, it wasn't really created. It was a recommendation. It was a request to bring recommendations back on what that would look like. And so as we were thinking about it and thinking about the options, you know, there could have been many options there that would have brought together many different people from all sectors of the community to help inform that work. It could have been, you know, something that would implement the CAP. There were 2 or 3 different options that we were considering, but really wanted to understand a little bit better where a regional effort may go to oversee implementation of the CAP, how much strength there would be in having kind of a regional coordinator in that, how the staff working group was going to work out. This is a bit of an experiment, and I will say successful experiment at this point for all the cities in the county to be working collaboratively together and have continued to do so for this long, even with it undone.
Well, and I look at this, I almost look at this like the discussion we had about the Visitors and Convention Bureau. We all want the same thing, but we all want to have our own boat to ride in. And at the end of the day, you know, 4.5 years later, you know, we're not any closer. We're not any closer to having, you know, we'd be carbon neutral except for a project that failed. and we don't have a project. We really don't have a project. We've got great ideas and everything else, but we don't have a project in front of us for offshore wind with a minimum of, I'm hearing 10 to 15 years now. And then, I watched a pretty good show on CNN the other day. It wasn't Fox, it was CNN, and they were talking about China's opening a coal plant every 14 to 16 days, and over half of our electric vehicles parts come from China, and they're opening so many because they can't keep up with the production, which I see is dropping off. So I'm wondering where we're going to go with this, what we're going to do, and how we can claim anything successful right now, because we still have the same problems, and we're not. I'll wait to see where we go today, but 4.5 years later, it doesn't seem like we're much closer, but I guess we are.
I completely, if I can, through the chair, I'm sorry, I'm not terrified.
That's good, John. You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
Your frustration is completely warranted. I understand it's taken too long, and we are going to change that. There is different staff involved now, and there is a different approach, and this will get done.
Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. I think is this your last item, Mr. Chair?
Last item?
Oh,
I'm
I'm going to
done.
bleed this one dry. No. So I want to go back to that 2019. In that conversation, the request to create that committee didn't come from me particularly. It came from a group of citizens that really was looking at what Mendocino County was doing at the time to create a committee. And it was mirrored on that. And that committee, and I think one of the things that happened for that committee started up before it was able to be brought back to this board. But one thing that did happen before that was brought back to our board was COVID. And that really just shut a lot of that conversation down. And I do remember Supervisor Fennell and myself were very interested in moving on this situation. We even had talks about doing a climate resiliency bond measure at the time for investments in those types of infrastructures with returns, and there was a lot of really amazing discussion occurring and a lot of momentum. And then we sort of went into emergency mode, and that really just put about everything on ice, and we're still clawing ourselves back out from that situation in terms of the conversation around, and it had a big impact on the cap. It had a big impact on a lot of things. I mean, just all over the place. So I think that's what this is about. I concur with staff's recommendation to put aside the creation of another committee at this time until the cap is finished and moving forward. I think that a committee might distract from that, and also not just distract from it from a subject matter perspective, but really just from a staff level perspective, and trying to, as you know, and I was looking at many of the meetings in Mendocino, they're having a hard time getting a quorum and those sorts of things, and it's just like as we all know, it's like we probably need to think about having a few less committees and a few more committees. There's a lot of folks with meeting fatigue in general, and so I just want to be very concise about that. And so I'm hoping that we do create something, but not today. In relation to the ad hoc, I think the ad hoc's role would be as proposed by staff was just really helping Shepherd get the cap done, be available to staff and to the public to help just move things along more smoothly. I do believe that the cities and the county are working together fairly well right now to get that cap done, and I just think I think staff is making some real progress where things were just really shut down. So there you go. Those are my thoughts on this. I'm happy to serve on any ad hoc because I am motivated to see that get done, because I think we have just a lot of really cool stuff that we could be doing teed off of that. I'm not as, I do believe that, yes, there was a huge opportunity in relation to renewable energy for Humboldt County in regards to the wind farm, but there are other opportunities. We still are even currently the leader in microgrid systems in the United States. As a county, we produce more microgrid generated energy per capita than any county in the United States, and we are still a leader in solar array implementation. I think we can do more, definitely more. And there's a whole lot of other options and opportunities that we need to seek, including resiliency at the household level, and especially in the multifamily housing zone. So those are my thoughts on this, and I'm just hoping we can get moving. That's it.
All right, great. Well, we have one volunteer already and a good discussion. Any other thoughts on the board before we go to the public? Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I'm just curious about the formation of the ad hoc with the group that's already well into the work, and I think that's where the conversation was around. Maybe I could ask Director Ford about that.
Sure, I would see the ad hoc really to be working more with the county staff and not trying to work with the working group, the stakeholder group. Certainly a sounding board, certainly a place where people could go and express concerns if they have them about the direction. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'm anticipating that doesn't happen at this point. I'm not hoping. This is either going to happen very, very fast, or I'll die trying.
I think it's going to happen very fast. I would like to, it sounds like you're well advanced into the process, and so I'm curious if you see the ad hoc, and I recognize that what the ad hoc's design and goals are, what they're for ad hocs in general, and I'm just wondering if this one, do you think it would be helpful, or do you think that, what's your thoughts around that?
Well, I think I want to be supportive of the board with this, because I know that the length of time that the work on the cap has taken, that you all have taken a lot of heat for that. And so if the ad hoc would give a place for people to feel like there is something being done, that there is something more than just staff to talk to, and that's helpful to keep people informed, then I'm very supportive of that. I mean, we're not in a comfortable place because we are behind, so I want to recognize that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. And next I've got Supervisor Arroyo and then Wilson.
Well, John, thank you for being here as a fellow sick person. I appreciate the dedication, and I also appreciate that you're, making the best of the circumstances to essentially get us back on track. That's what I see that's happening here, and I think it's worthwhile. I think the conspicuous fact is that when this process started, I was not on the board, and now I'm, here and interested and kind of, pushing in my own way for this to happen quickly and effectively. And so I would also volunteer to serve on an ad hoc, as this is an area of a lot of interest for me, but also I, bring the perspective of having thought about it from a city perspective when I was in that role, and the, cap implementation, draft implementation measures and cap itself were presented, and I think I could offer some useful perspective having worn both of those hats. But if we choose to form it, I'd be happy to serve on it. Obviously, this is still a tight timeline, so we'd be bringing, something back in a few short months, and then looking for direction about the EAR around this beginning of 2024. So anyway, I support this continuing to move forward. I also don't agree or agree that we don't need another new committee at this time. And should we decide that we do after we see what comes out of this latest iteration of the work with Rincon, then you know, we could always go back to that conversation. But generally, I would say the ad hoc could be useful. I think it could be a light touch kind of ad hoc, one that touches base a little bit with staff in the process and helps to brainstorm any appropriate responses to any challenges we're facing, but certainly don't want to slow down the process because we obviously need to get cracking. So thank you, John.
All right, thank you for that. Any other board conversation before we go to the public?
Well, I would just add that, you know, I would be also interested as just from a rural perspective of, you know, the Supervisor Wilson and Arroyo, not that they don't have Humboldt's interest, I understand that, but to be able to inform if the direction is that for that ad hoc, to be able to inform people, not that people in my district or Rex's rural parts can't reach out to that ad hoc, of course, but I would also like to throw my hat in if we're going to do that, go that direction.
Sounds good. Okay, so now we got 3 volunteers. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I don't know, and I don't know if there's a conflict or not, but having, I think, both Mike and Natalie, and they do great together, but I mean, they're both on the Redwood Coast Energy Authority, and now they're both going to be on this. It just seems like we're putting silos power and everything else, and again, I'm looking to see what we can do rurally, which is a big part, and I'm also looking for the part my district in areas and Supervisor Bushnell's even more are having to find power. I haven't seen where Myrtletown, Eureka, or Arcata have been having to look for power, or Blue Lake. So I just think she might be, you know, so I'm not raising my hand. She might give a better view of the rural look. So
great. All right. Yeah, I'd be happy with any of these representatives. I just want to be really clear that I'm going to keep my wood stove. At any rate, because my electricity goes out 30, 40 days out of the year, and I get most of my wood from my property doing thinning and fuel reduction. But at any rate, that side note. Let's go ahead and go to the public and see how the public feels about this issue. And I've got one hand up in Zoom, and that is 0116. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Ash Teeter, LostCoastPopulist.com. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in and say that, like, in my opinion, I'm, you know, holding off on a committee that hasn't, you know, really done anything or had, you know, accomplished anything since it's, you know, advised creation before might be good with the budget shortcomings we might see here. As we all know, California, you know, past couple years, you know, we had the alleged surplus in budget. But what that really came from, I recently read, is that they took the COVID emergency funding and they stuck it all into the general fund, and then they just, you know, dispersed out of that, you know, for the emergency. So that's why we're all of a sudden in the red this year, because, you know, that money just evaporated. No more COVID emergency funding. But also looking at the, you know, the high-speed rail project, you know, in regards to the, you know, how the offshore wind project might just go nowhere, because, you know, I think it's somewhere around like $6 billion or something like that the state put into developing pretty much nothing. It doesn't connect any city to any other city right now. And then Biden just pledged to put another $6 billion into it. So will that actually connect one city to another? I don't know. It didn't get anything done last time. But also, like on the microgrid thing, you know, maybe in the rural areas, I mean, I don't know if there's any way to, you know, come together and create a county organized power initiative. Because I know, like, in Trinity County with their dam, you know, they have like KPUD, so they have their own, you know, somewhat organization. I think PG&E still does maintenance, but maybe with, you know, think PG&E had just did some determination where like independent solar control of like multi-unit structures, they were directed that they couldn't use their own power anymore, that they had to give it to PG&E and then buy it back for market rate, kind of taking away the incentive to even put up solar. You know, if you're not getting, any, reduced power costs back from your investment, that kind of takes the incentive away. So, yeah, just some thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's nobody else in Zoom, so we'll go to those here in the audience today. Welcome, Holly.
I'm just a simple old farm girl, and I know you can't answer questions. I learned parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order in 4-H in the 1950s. Is it I know you can't answer this, but is it possible to have two ad hoc committees with different members from a 5-member board and not get us in trouble with the Brown Act? Buena suerte.
And we can't answer it because it's not public comment on non-agenda items. And I will say that I think we're only going to have one ad hoc with 2 people, but that doesn't prevent all the rest of the board members from submitting their input to Director Ford to share with the ad hoc. So there's several different ways that all of us on the board can participate. But thank you for that comment. Yeah. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, I do like the concept of having both urban and rural districts represented on this. I think just about everything should be that way to get different viewpoints. Different viewpoints are what make for good consensus. I think this climate action plan was a deliverable from the general plan update, if I recall. I believe that was incorporated in there somewhere, and it's taken a while. The last thing I would ever wish was for even though we're not getting along perfectly right now, John Ford to kill himself trying to do something. That's not going to be a good thing. He's a great asset for our county. I did want to make last mention here, and I guess this is our last chance again, to thank Supervisor Madrone for his chairmanship here. And I did want to make comment regarding the solar project, which I didn't want to see to go through, and apparently isn't. It's the one out by the Blue Lake Hatchery. That one appears to be dead in the water. That's a good thing. That was a beautiful spot that should never have been even considered. So we need to make sure our locations for these kind of things are done in a proper way so it doesn't impede the, I mean, these things are not beautiful, they are not a beautiful thing. And they only belong in certain areas, such as billboards you feel don't belong in certain areas. Solar doesn't belong in certain areas also. I do strongly support you moving forward with some form of climate action plan. It's imperative that we deal with these problems and sooner rather than later, because, of course, time goes on. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter.
And this is my last comment, I think, while Steve Madrone is supervisor. I mean, chairman, not supervisor.
You never know. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Deborah Dukes, and I have been involved peripherally with the Climate Action Plan since 2019. I am on the steering committee of 350 Humboldt, and I'm on the Eureka Energy Committee, and I'm passionate about trying to save what we can of the world that we all grew up in. Excuse me. I had COVID, and my voice isn't back yet. First of all, I would like to commend Director Ford, and this is something I haven't said too often, so good job, and I'm sorry you're sick. I agree, and 350 Humboldt agrees, to not have a climate action or climate advisory committee. Most of us have been meeting in our little Zoom boxes for the last few years, and we're sick to death of meetings too. We have no stand on the ad hoc advisory committee, although we do like the idea of having everybody in the county have some input into what is eventually included in the cap. One of the things that we are concerned about, both I personally and as a representative of 350, is knowing a little bit more about what the role of the resilience officer would be. Is he going to be issued whips and chains, or, how are we going to do this? What are his or her responsibilities going to be, and how are they going to be addressed. I also am delighted that there is an outside consultant being brought in at this point. It should have been done a long time ago, in my opinion. And I don't know much about Rincon, but apparently they have a lot of experience in helping California entities develop climate action plans. So I'm all for having them help us get ours going. It is way, way too late. So thank you all very much. And I hope I don't have to come back here and complain anymore about the climate action plan not being in effect yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commenter. Anybody else here today? Okay, seeing another, we'll bring it back. And sorry, I jumped over Supervisor Wilson earlier. He's in the queue, and then I see Supervisor Bohn wanting to jump in as well.
First of all, I was going to say before we went into the public comment that John is only responding to what he perceives as the board's desires to be directly engaged with the finishing up the cap. We don't have to. Just saying. I mean, that is his. That he's perceiving that. I'm not sure that having an ad hoc is going to be necessarily helpful in him getting it done or in the staff getting it done. I do believe that they're getting a lot of input from all sectors, and the role of the ad hoc, from my perspective, would be fairly procedural and not content oriented. It would just be basically to assist in getting it done. I would make a pitch that if we did have an ad hoc, one reason, and I would counterbalance the point of Supervisor Bohn with relation to the why you would have the same two people that are on the RCEA board as also on the ad hoc, is so that you don't have cross communication that might actually become Brown Act or oriented on the subject matter. So that would be one thing. If that was the case, then that would be myself and Natalie. But I'm not really super, I don't feel like this is where I really want to do that necessarily. I just want to get the project done. So again, I'm not content specific about that. So that's just that, and I don't want us to get into a battle about rural versus urban. And frankly, we all have, except, Steve's district or Supervisor Madrone's district, we all have what you would consider urban spaces in those as well that need representation. Although I guess McKinleyville, if it was incorporated, it would be considered an urban space. So I guess it's like we have these precepts about that, or about what that is, because I have plenty of folks in my district that live off the grid, or if they're even on the grid, want to be off the grid, or in rural spaces. And even though we say we have urban spaces in Humboldt County, we still qualify as rural, which means everybody here that lives in Humboldt County is considered to be from a rural county. So I just want to, from a big city perspective, no one in Humboldt County is considered an urbanite by any stretch. So, but with that being said, I'm okay with us moving forward with an ad hoc if we want to. I think it was just John responding to what he perceived the board wanted. I never necessarily thought that I think it's only functional if it's really in the service of moving the project forward. That's it. If it's about debates between and of what we would perceive or not perceive as like our climate action planning processes, I'm not so sure that I want to get in the way of getting of getting the plan done. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bohn. And then I saw, John, you had your hand up earlier. I will come back to you here in a minute. Supervisor Bohn, yeah.
Yeah, I remember 2019 a little bit different, but because for a couple years there, the person, a lot of people talk about this, but there's one person in Humboldt County, or actually there's two people in Humboldt County that have lived and breathed climate change probably from day one, and that's Dave and Jane.
Yes.
Dave Simpson and Jane LaPagnier. Out in Petrolia. They've been to, I think, every climate accord meeting and all over the world. They believe in it. They think something should be done. He was the first person I said could go on the committee, and then he kept calling after that, and I kept saying, I'm waiting, and nothing happened. And so I look at all these things going on, and this is critical. I'm not saying it's not critical, but it's critical for the whole orb that we get in line. And the problem is we're nowhere near close to having the whole orb in line on climate change.
That's for sure.
So as we move forward, I mean, I don't know if we have the grid to, like I said earlier, about half of the cars parts being made in China and everything else, until we get a little more based here. I don't know where we go on this, but I just read where the Ford is going to quit making their Lightning pickup, their electric pickup, and I kind of worry if some of these people are dropping off and what it's going to make happen. So I think the committee or the non-committee, and we'll use a consultant to tell us what we want to hear, because we'll tell them what we want to hear. So, but I do know it needs to move forward, because I don't want to be here in 27 talking about, well, I remember when we talked about this in 23. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Ford, did you want to offer any final thoughts here? I'm Supervisor Ford, sorry. Director Ford, you've been promoted. I'm taking your job.
Thank you.
Actually,
Chairman
no, I
Drone.
think mine's easier. Thank you, Director Ford.
So I did just want to respond to a couple things, and one, appreciate some of the kind words that were said. And then the resiliency officer is something that's currently being studied by county staff. There is not a definite plan for it. There's a series of surveys that have been done. There's ongoing discussions with the person doing the work, and so that's still very much a work in progress. Just want to let people know that. And then we absolutely will have additional public input. The scope of work that's currently proposed not only includes meetings with individual jurisdictions where there will be public input, but then 2 larger scale public meetings to talk about the cap. So this is not something that's going to go away, get done in a closet, and then be brought hurriedly back. It's going to happen in a short time frame. But it's not going to be done in a closet and then be thrown on everybody's desk and say, okay, now here it's ready to be approved. There will be a lot of public discussion on this. And I just want to assure you all of that. And I am sensitive to the amount of time that's taken. Those comments are not lost on me at all. And then I seem to have also made an error in the recommendation, which should have included 2 parts, which is to form an ad hoc and then to appoint an ad hoc. And since the recommendation today only includes formation of the ad hoc, your vote today is to form an ad hoc. You can identify who will be on the ad hoc, I believe, but then the actual appointments need to come back to the Board of Supervisors, and that can come back on consent. We can bring that back on January 9th if you choose to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Ford. And this is our last item for the day, and I see I'm going to go to Supervisor Arroyo next. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing a clear need for an ad hoc. It sounds like we have a time frame of, I believe it was March or April of this year for the cap, and then the EIR. It sounds like you're going to come back in a couple months for authorization for that. which would be right on the heels of the cap. And then, the public engagement around that would happen between now and then it'll be publicly adopted by us. So I'm not, Director Ford, unless, I think part of the ad hoc, honestly, in my mind was to get things moving, and now things are moving. Maybe not just get things moving, but to provide some insight as things are moving quickly. So I'm curious whether you would appreciate having a 2-person ad hoc and a little bit more structured time from 2 members of our board, or if this is really just for us. Would it be helpful for you, or do you feel that you have the direction that you need at this point to go forth and do with the cap?
I will answer the question directly. This is really for the board. I'm very clear in the direction what I need to get to. There's no question in my mind.
Okay. Great. With that, I would suggest we take no action on this one at this time. But that doesn't mean we're not moving on the cap.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Arroyo. And I'm gonna, because it's our last item, I've got one hand up in Zoom. I know he or she was having trouble getting their hand up, and I'm gonna go to them. It's just one more. That's 8912, public comment. *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Hi, thanks for that. This is Matt Simmons with the Environmental Protection Information Center. I was just calling in to say I supported staff's recommendation, and I'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm going to make one quick comment here, a selfish plug, and that is, ORIC has had a lot of struggles over the years, and they're finally coming back. And I just want to offer this because I wouldn't be on the ad hoc, and I'll just offer this to Director Ford and possible ad hoc or whoever, and that is that ORIC has been working forever to try and get a sewer system. But the electricity goes out there a lot of times of the year, and they're probably going to have an uphill pump situation with some sort of mound system. And so what I'd love to see is for ORIC to get a microgrid. Ultimately, maybe a partnership with the ORIC CSD and the Yurok tribe, because they're making investments in ORIC as well. So there's my selfish plug for the northern end of my district. Just putting that on the table. At any rate, I have Supervisor Wilson in the queue.
I am happy to make a motion that we accept this report with no further action in terms of either the subcommittee, or excuse me, the Climate Action Committee, or the ad hoc.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion is just to accept the report. And Supervisor?
Well, let me add through the chair, sorry, just for clarification, that my expectation is that the CAP will probably make a recommendation in regards to the formation of any sort of community committee around climate action implementation.
You want to put a date on that or something so it doesn't keep going down the road?
Well, it would be again, I'm going back to when the climate action plan, it would be part of the climate action plan. It would be enumerated in the climate action plan as a task.
To be done in 6 months?
To be done when the climate action plan comes out and tells us what to do. I mean,
right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just.
It's moving forward quickly now.
And then the other thing is, and that doesn't include, we're not looking into a climate resiliency officer either then?
I think that's still on the table.
Separate item.
The separate item that'll be coming back to our board, yeah.
Yep.
But it's very internal to what we're doing here. And, we got to have a.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the only thing I was going to suggest, there's a climate resiliency officer association.
Yeah.
LA's looking for one. Lake County has one. The one in Lake County is actually a climate resiliency officer, and their tribal liaison at the same time. Yep. So I'm just saying, I don't think we need to put people together. The climate resiliency officer is going to have pretty basic of what we expect out of them. So I don't, unless you guys have them doing some other.
Well, we're having a sidebar here a bit, and we have a motion and a second on this item. I will say this board has given direction to staff to investigate that, and they're doing that job, and we'll hear from them at a later date with an item, an agendized item. So.
And so just to be clear, who was the second? Supervisor Bushnell was the second, and the motion by Supervisor Wilson to accept and receive the report with no further action at this time. And so, is that clear? Yep? Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a vote.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. We'll start with you.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
No.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
and Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0, or 4-1, sorry.
4-1. Great. Thank you very much. And with that, I believe we are adjourned with the big gavel.
Thank you, Steve.
Feel better, John. See ya.
Yeah, feel better.